Oh, it just assumes you're at Twisted Carmen is the last battle. Oh, I didn't switch. Alright, let me switch to great. My bad, this is not. Twisted Carmen the last battle, bizarre and more curious episodes commonplace to kill an edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson.
I don't know. I don't know where
So quickly now,
definitely not
take your
the first
hat
two.
and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
We'll see about the third one. What Tales of
For
Rise
our
soon.
adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Days after Earth-shattering Trout has regained his memory. In the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Well, again, some like 75 months. It might be Tales of Arise, but I think there's a weekend open, but we'll see. Kotoba's due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sarusan has been the same since what happened, not that I'm surprised. True about Kazuma-sama's father. So as my father knew, he was actually the mass murderer. The professor, you mean? Yeah, that's what she was thinking about. Good chance it'd say, I mean. Did come here to London together 16 years ago. Didn't they? That's true. Kind of thing that didn't you say? Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well. That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Probably means he knows then about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. There she is. Random villain. Father. Oh, he's... I meant the other guys. The other guy's a judge. I'm pretty sure one of the two, if not both of them, are gonna die. Susato, how are you? Very well, thank you. Delighted you arrived safe and sound. Mr. Naruto, very kind of you took the trouble to meet us here. Not at all, my pleasure. Heard all about your extraordinary exploits in London, you know. News across the seas. As always, look forward to reading the monthly reports about the steamships from Britain. I see. Thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Pretty sure one of these two would die. They're like cannon fodder, or older people that are involved in a crime from in the past are usually high in the list of people who are gonna die. Take your expression, you can't quite place me. Okay, so what a little reminder, Sushiro. Firm tap should do it, yes. Firm tap. Here we go then. Here Brian pronounced defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo guilty. Oh, you're... Oh, he has to have a flashback in case we can't figure it out. Oh. Yeah, these two have flags because they're basically part of a cover-up. Those guys are usually the first to die. For now, we're to try Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And they're not like hot girls, so these guys have a high chance of death. Excellency. Jaji Goku, how are you? It's been a long time. Oh ho ho. Good, you remember now, that really did the trick. guilty. Woof, 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 woof. When I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. Hey, welcome to the justice system. Ha, it's so funny, but we just lost. But then again, after all this time, hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, never thought I'd be back. What a Jedi. Didn't imagine Japan would never be invited to an international symposium like this. Oh, really? I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Sashiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Ha ha ha. Of course, Judge Koku. You must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago, yes, covered up a murder. Ken Leno Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. All those passport checks and luggage search for took rather a lot of time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. Didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Oh, you were jealous. Ho 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 ho. Ministerial status. Didn't you know Sashiro is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs? Also insistence allowed you to take Kazuma's place here in the study tour. Which is charged. I'm assuming that video must be one of the HyperX ones. There's also Choose Your Adventure with HyperX videos. Thank you very much. Really good as part of those. That's the Odd Money ones from that. But I think YouTube stopped using annotations, so you can't do Choose Your Adventures anymore. Oh, Naruto, received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Yeah, the one with Mango. Go with Mango and the chicks, or go somewhere else, I think. I forgot. Yeah, he did. Where is that? Some things came to light in a trial you were involved in 8 days ago. Yeah, well, YouTube, you could do Choose Your Adventures and click the prompt to go to a different video. Well, happened 10 years ago, that tragedy, but I believe they removed it, so you can't do it. Tell us any more about it. From Japan. How's the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time, but anyone's... I would never... it sucks so much to travel that long. Maybe we were just spoiled. 50 fucking days at sea. Like, I guess you get to hang out at a port. I guess sometimes they'll go to a port so you can drink or something, but... Jesus. Wasn't as bad when it came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. Time we followed the same route as you, we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Yeah, I stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris. Yeah, they likely stopped at ports. I mean, you'd stop at ports often because it's fucking boring as shit on a boat. Yes, we did, only for one night, and yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Time for the symposium, in fact. Starts tomorrow. Yeah, I'm assuming they resupply constantly when they go. One of you invited to such an important international event. Very proud of you, Father. Thanks to Shiro, 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Sure, that's why I was invited, all part of the conspiracy. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Think of yourself, Eugene, your close friend's professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No. Thought of water under the bridge since then, but does it bring him back? As his father, I suppose. Wow, serial killer, the professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of British aristocracy. It's actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin is Sogi, Psycho, Soli, Storm, Kamakura, no. So the Mustache Clan. These guys are all evil. Team Mustache. Genshin. He knew, I presume, father. Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Judge again, the British police detective who studied investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. A closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and then he was executed with little ado. I say very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. What about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, no, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. Terrible tragedy, however. Suspect me about his doubts, so why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at the university and said, well, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. Then I looked into his eyes. I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came alive in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, I haven't disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year. Kazuma has since turned up here in London working as the apprentice to Lord Von Zieks. Fuck, I really hope they go back to the 15-year-old, because we just hung a girl for fucking nothing. And you guys are like, yeah, at least my Saturday was cool. For nothing. Oh. But that's news to us. And there's something called an accident, but you guys apparently don't believe that. You'd kill Boo Radley. Fucking, she pushed someone. Oh no. And it wasn't even like off a ledge or something. She pushed someone on a fucking... Yeah. And you guys are like, that's first-degree murder. Let her hang, sir. So... Well, it's not like she pushed him down the stairs. It's like literally pushing someone in their room. Like it wasn't even with intent to kill. Like, did she really think that would kill him? Okay. Well, it's our telegram to guide mentioned that part there. Kazuma's reappearance. As you know, Bofat Kazuma died on a steamship during the voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. No, because the people in To Kill a Mockingbird have more sense than some of you who are too busy, like, getting the rope ready for the girl. You guys are already at the tree. Oh boy, we can use this tree today. You didn't. He's alive, as you knew, didn't you, father? I shall fact know what I did know. So when you ship-docked in Hong Kong, you mysteriously vanished. 17 investigators Hong Kong tried to ascertain what happened, but to no avail. Still alive and in here in London, you say? Never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? Government and police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he is suffering from amnesia. What, amnesia? First came across him again here in London. He didn't know who either of us were. Oh, I see. They only regained his memory 8 days ago. Unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Stronghart didn't let us know. Must speak with him urgently. Now Kazuma's been these past few days. It would be wrong of us to go and visit him. Time in Britain. Yeah, and 16 years ago now, distant memory really. It was you, Jin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three, the three mustachios, the villains. First judicial scholars from Japan travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, geez, how bad were the boats? Things were tough for their generation. Father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yuma University at the time. I forgot when the first ironclad started being made. You know, young lady. The steamers. Grandmother told me the steam engine, yada yada. I went to do research at Great London Hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, there's an eerie place centered between the back of the prison and burial ground. Our talking grades. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So the autopsy labs have something an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. I'm trying to remember, was there not many naval battles since Trafalgar? Because Trafalgar is the ship of the lines, right? And then there wasn't like a big naval battle. I'm not sure what naval battle would have occurred until Russia, Japan. Okay, so Civil War. When was what year's Civil War? Okay. So it's weird that battleships didn't get to fight very much because Britain had too much control. I remember a Scottish prison governor, Caden his name was, he was a good man. And of course in our 6th year everything changed for that dreadful case. Okay, the 60s, okay, so that would make sense. But yeah, I guess the last big naval battle was Trafalgar, and then that was it for a long time. Okay. Yeah, can't even name out of the battles. I think Napoleon losing. Yeah, changed the balance for a long time as it went. Yeah. Yeah, I think after Trafalgar it was over. Because Trafalgar was still with Shipper Lines, right? No, yeah, no steamships or anything. Okay. Genshin arrested for a series of most gruesome murders. Simply couldn't believe it. I've known the man for years. I was a witness secret here and tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly. Oh, boo-hoo, he was a killer, but he was innocent, sir. He didn't kill them. It was the other mustachios. All of your excuses now. We have evil stuff to do. I had to get this trunk to my room as soon as possible. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here so long. Call for the porter then. Just weird. I mean, the French guy was terrible. Like, there's a reason why Napoleon even wanted him dead, because he's an embarrassment. Fucking the guy SM works and he just auto surrenders. Christ, I don't even think he lost many ships. He lost more ships from the surrender than actually sunk. Forget the maneuvers. Yeah, because his fucking opponent apparently was a moron. Sato-san's gone off at a run. I had to stay and talk more. We do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Of course, must be big responsibility to represent our entire country. Wish you the best of luck. And then, yeah, they captured so many ships that, yeah, automatically they became #1 world power in naval because free ships. Naruhodo, hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after Izu, obviously. I mean, if anyone's looking, it's her looking after me. Oh, and I'll look at it real fast. Okay. I'm assuming they started, yeah. I'm assuming the stupid, what is it called, yeah. Industrial Revolution. Or that would, yeah, change it all. Appreciate you being there for after all. I've been a miserable father to her. Thoroughly let her down. Sorry. What do you mean? The only thing I know about the admiral who lost to Nelson was he committed suicide by several stab wounds in a hotel. Or it was reported as a suicide, but obviously it was Napoleon probably wanted him dead. Terrible shame. He killed himself by stabbing himself several times in the chest. Tears in my eyes. 16 years ago I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. Very year Susato was born. You guys said he wasn't murdered. The fucking, not Ludwig. I forgot what his name was. Was it Ludwig? I don't know. Wilhelm? I don't know which one it was. Fuck. You guys, I can't believe some of you were trying to argue he wasn't murdered. The fucking Bavarian guy. Christ. A strong swimmer. No one was being a strong swimmer. He must have just tripped and fell in 2 centimeters of water. Yeah, Ludwig. Okay. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event in my life, too. Yes, Satosan hinted at something like that. Another turbulent time at home. I won't bore you with the details. Point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Shiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. Don't worry about you to leave you behind. Perhaps with love Evian and what I can persuade you to accompany me to London. So, what's up in a nutshell? You guys are evil. Stop pretending to be good guys, for Christ's sakes. Well, it's the reason why I feel now compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. The world does not really afford young women such things, I must say. Completely understand, Professor. We are good guys, even though our friend is a serial killer. One other thing, Naruto. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Oh, the thing is, interrupted. Hey, that's the same fucking guy from the jury, is it? So sorry it took so long, Mr. Sato. Now then, what favor? Last, take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. Oh no, there's a gun! Oh, that's a camera gun! Machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Wow, this is like the biggest flag. Let us have a good photo before everything goes to shit. I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course. Finn. This will be the last picture we get of him. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruto. Really made Father happy, I think. Well, I don't even know if he's gonna get to his room. He's dead, sir. He didn't even get to his room. Well, please then, what you interrupted for? Professor Mikoto was about to ask me something. What are you gonna say? I have something important, but it can wait until after dinner. Do as he walks on his own to his room. So return to Baker Street then. I have something really important that I can only tell you, but I will not tell you now. Give me until next morning. Expect ours to have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. He's dead, sir, and you guys don't even care. He's dead, sir. Original British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Final draft of the open address for tomorrow's proceedings. Explain your original to figures you asked from the floor from the yard. I see, excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. So what Von Zeke's doing here? There seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? You're fired. I mean, I'd fire fucking Von Zeke, so I'd never let him prosecute again. He just got rid of our corrupt coroner, but I was like his protege. Place is stifling up as it is. Really don't need any more tension. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh no, entirely my fault wearing black, I'm sure. Now you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. Right here. Kill me now. Something wrong. Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you, friend. No, not at all. I mean, never experienced a room with such perfect temperature. If you're sure the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise, because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh yes, that's right, my lord. Extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Von Zeeks. I'll attend at once. So, where did you go? He just blurred in. Gave me very cold stares as he laughed, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? Last few days, my feet barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in a spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Miss Naruto is talking about Dr. Scythe. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, that's true. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just... Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Water under the bridge, friend. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Von Zeke's doing an admirable job of holding the fort. How disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing. It's become a Kazuma-sama now. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? There are even that many people in the world? Banana. As a comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in Exhibition's main auditorium. That has been 2 years in the making. 2 years preparation negotiation with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. Cooperation between police and organizations around the globe will be essential. It's weird how, let's see, which is why. Landmark First Symposium has to be hosted here in the heart of the Great British Empire. It's sort of weird talking about history like this while ignoring like the political climate at this time. Well, Scotland Yard came out the leading investigative organization in the New World. Because I think there's a, is it the Russian, or not Russia, is it France and Germany are like at war? I forgot when they came at war for Alsace-Lorraine. I forgot. Is it like around this time? Before, it's before World War I. It's one of the, same as ever I see, passion of it is quite something. Because I know Bismarck baits the French into a war, and then they steal Alsace-Lorraine. No, there were that war. There were those two specifically were at war because Bismarck purposely antagonized France because he knew no one's gonna help him. And then yeah, they took Alsace-Lorraine. Or fuck, I think he told Wilhelm not to take it forever. But I think he was like, fuck it, I'm taking it because he knew that if they took it, they would never be able to convert it. Okay, was that 1870? Okay. Rebate is passionate. Yeah, one of the things about World War I is, yeah, that piece of land that Germany took. France wanted it back. There's Sir Naruto. The only person in this country truly cares about a future embraces forensic science. Alsace-Lorraine is like a piece of land between France and Germany, I think. And has a lot of it. I forgot what else is there. Intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General reform the art from the ground up. So I think France got that back in some of Germany's territory before World War II, after #1. Yeah, so they fought over that, and then World War I, France gets that territory plus more. The Ruhr, or whatever, the Ruhr Valley, right? Yeah, so they get the Ruhr Valley as well. And then I think Hitler walks into the Ruhr Valley with his troops to take that before World War II. Yeah, okay, yeah, they were fighting over that area. Disgraced forensic investigation teams have been bitter below to my ambitions. Was it disarmed? I forgot what happened. I thought they took it back. Or they took the Rhineland. Okay, and Germany takes that back before World War II. Okay, was the Ruhr Valley disarmed? Okay, that's why, okay. It was disarmed, okay. First established forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. Dr. Cypher Dan was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. On the verge of change its name and elevate its status full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. And I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursed in forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I say. Unintended repercussions of a trial. Yeah, it's because they needed it. Because without the valley, I'm assuming all the industries in the valley, right? It's that and the Czechoslovakia part they took. And then, yeah, suddenly had a ton of industry. Simply couldn't have overlooked what happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Yeah, I'll reform the country's police when I become Attorney General. If I delay my plans, it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. No, the stupid Czechoslovakia thing's so dumb. Basically, they had a meeting without Czechoslovakia, and they said, here you go, Hitler, you can have this. Appeasement. They just gave away a sovereign country without them being on the table. Lord von Zieg's apprentice. Ah yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say. You and he are old friends. How did he become apprentice Lord von Zieg's in the first place? Came about 3 months ago. Identified Asian man was apprehended by border police monks. An Asian man. Found a mine aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here. Yeah, no papers identified, no password. He was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that clearly of Eastern descent and no clues of who he was, so I decided to send Lord Von Zieks so that way I could keep an eye on him. Why the mask? Chamberlain was a dummy. Didn't want to burn Lord Von Zieks with tiresome explanation why I had an Eastern apprentice. There's so much he has explained why he was wearing a mask. Proven to be a great help to Lord Von Zieks. I have high hopes for his future. Why do you know where he's gone? No idea. I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. Peggy also didn't know. Man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals. I mean, Genshin Isogi. Damn Genshin. What if... Oh, it was probably this guy who did it. Probably wasn't even Genshin. Wow. Learned from the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Find my friend's father. Oh yes, Genshin Isogi. Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. Terrible tragedy. Awful murders. An unprecedented use of a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. Oh yeah, and that's too. The dog fucking killed him. The professor and his dog. Because no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. True identity of the killer couldn't be made public then. It can't be made public now. Nobody in our country knows it was him. Neither do the citizens of London. Main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct, Albert. As to be noted, there are some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. Not supporters of a mass murder. The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Wow. Almost as if I benefited. I mean, who... What a coincidence! I'm also... I'm not a villain. Some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. Terrible tragedy, yes. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Wow, right, I see. Wow. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It's very similar, doesn't it? It's the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. I'm gonna go get tea. Tarzan's mask. Well, do you ever put a knife into your wall? Like, fuck, are you gonna, like, redo the entire wallpaper or something? Like, Christ, man. That is a fucking hole in the wall. God damn it. Yeah. What was that? Fucking renters. Why would you knife a wall? And screen, most unflattering way. Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? I do hope not. Someone tells me these two are gonna be so fucking annoying in this case. Heh, we'll be on the stand today. Yeah, you want to do it anymore, mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display. Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. I didn't mind the witnesses of last case. The stupid brat, or the rich Bavarian brat. Hey, you two, you come in with me now, down to the clink. Yeah, the poison is dark and damp, I don't like it. Wolf, the darkness is my friend. I'm not scared. Yeah, you're always scared of the dark. You're a bohemian noble kid. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I'll sit quietly in the dark and plan our next dare and ice. Yeah, I don't like this. I like it. Tough. Finish this down yard. I'll get moving. Bye then, Jenny. Have fun. French. Thanks, Iris. Thanks, a great detective. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Susie and Bruno. Oh, Iris, we're home. The Bandit brothers were on stand for like 6 straight hours. It was really bizarre. You find your daddy. And they kept changing their stories, so it like didn't even make sense for us to continue, like not just instantly arrest those two. Have the hotel just before his friend. It's great news. Hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Of course. John H. Wilson. Iris, Silent Rain's the greatest problems on man. We still haven't told her what to. Before we consider ourselves of that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? My god, he's become the Joker. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Or, not so much on your face. As on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. What is going on here today? Okay, so let us sink and drink now, in fact. I'm expecting a guest later today. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Just a pair of petty criminals, nothing significant. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. When the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. The mood takes you. All manner of infractions. But, when such fellows set their sights on Herlock Sholmes, well, it's when Starbuck runs out. Oh my, you are the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. Quickly devised a plan to entrap them, deliver them to our young detective ally. Should have asked Gregsy to come too. Could have had an arrest and tea party. Did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. Mind is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. I have it, a bungler, that's the word. Bunglers. Good job, he's not here to hear you say that. Redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. Greatest problem. What was that about the greatest problems on the man that you mentioned before? It's another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes. TSM, alright, there we go. How can I best explain it? Where the theory of evolution by natural selection purchased Dwow, and then somewhere in Germany, Dwow, a man is I forgot the inspiration for Hitler. There's I forgot what the writer's called. But Dwow is somewhere in Germany. A man is reading Darwin's theories and writing something. Dwow. There was some guy that there was some German guy that adopted Darwin's ideas, except he went to the extreme, obviously. Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. Revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. What, we were apes? Yeah, it was an inspiration for a lot of the sentiment in Germany at the time. Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descend from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Oh no, Sholmes is going to be randomly racist. Is it not obvious, my dear madam? Foreigners! Oh, the problem of Brent. Damn foreigners. Huh. But, did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tussauds only the other day? Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and one mortal car for me later. All of it's quite disappeared, I assure you. I see, Hurley, you know what, you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. Or the coming month, at least. What was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one peculiar feature about my person that's changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end. Stab me in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation. A Riddler or Ronald McDonald. I think I might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, Now I'll tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. In the case of Borgias' burial in January, Kazuma wasn't killed. And you knew he wasn't dead at the time, yes? So what was really going on? Tell us! Is a 15-year-old girl alive? And then you guys are like, no, she's Russian, why would we care? Well, he was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Okay, so he didn't punish the 15-year-old, of course. Side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. How? Well, as I said, it was a simple enough task. How though, sir? Simple, very simple, just a lot of rope. After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area, where they all hung. They made them swear to leave him unconscious, have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, okay, I guess the 15-year-old didn't get hung. Okay, none of them got charged then. How horrible. It was necessary to find material which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. Why? Why do in the first place? Deliberately elaborate in due course. Case 2 is just terrible in the first game. It's like atrocious. Time being, I'd like to reassure you. I did foresee subsequent events. What events? Still experience in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Asked Kazuma when he was assigned to Lord Von Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast aside after trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. I'd give it back to him, I suppose, but he has his memory back now, doesn't he? Can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly about it myself, but isn't he your best friend? I mean, it's assumed the dancer never got hung. Did I miss that? Maybe I missed a plot point. Well, it's assumed she wasn't charged at all. So it was entirely a waste of time. That's the start of that. Or the case 2, yeah. So we basically traumatized her, or made her think she murdered someone just for some stupid conspiracy. Meh. Good news, Professor Mikotoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, it's wonderful. The fact that Father's been invited to support an international event. That makes me proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Gokuas. Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Yes, suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Sila's father comes here as a business student 16 years ago in Kazuma. Also, some great power has been at work, far and here across the ocean to London. Turns out the water is starting to swell again now. Jutsugi summer starting with like 19 months. Mr. Sholmes about this. Tell Mr. Naruto, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Oh wow. Don't really remember, to be honest. My saying that it's a collar from breed of miniature canine with particularly long neck. For precipitate Julio again from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction. like this fireplace, one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country. In fact, although do yearn for a Japanese kotetsu in your life than a warm blanket to some comfort. Do be careful now, or don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? It's ever terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes that's what Samuel sees me. Ah, there we go. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says, to the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? The new villain arc. Red-Headed League. What's that? I don't know. Never heard of it. But the Clown Gang. Something on my face clues has something to do with that. Lively hair. The Red-Headed League seems to be somewhat suspicious in nature. I haven't watched South Park in a while, but that was a funny episode where they convince Cartman he's a redhead. And then it goes full Hitler. Alright. Get £4 per week if you are a redhead. There, go, go, go! Everyone's dipping their head. Go, go, go! We are all gingers today. Go, go, go! Give me my fucking free money. Kind of request as late as Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA is now not a vacancy. One ties a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All redheaded men are sound in body and mind, above the age of 21 years eligible. Applying for some more on the 31st at Large Park on Street. Through, go, go, go! Go, 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 go! We'd just get a gang of redheads and then we'd fucking muscle in there to get our fucking £4. Most fantastic money-making opportunity. The League of Redheads, sir. I'm like looking at the other stuff on it. Truly more than any other nation, Britain has been successful in endeavors thanks in part to the generosity of many investors and long illustrious tradition of fostering careers in sciences has begun. It's a nation that gave the world the genius Sir Isaac Newton. However, there's one other factor where it shifted in field of economic thought. Despite the fact that Adam Smith's magnum opus of the Wealth of Nations published in 1776, the doctrine of laissez-faire has only begun to truly take root in the last few decades. It remains to be seen how influential and enduring his ideas will be. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, boom, boom, boom. That's why everything seemed to move like in fast forward. Yeah. Okay. Industrial Revolution, then capitalism. Okay, yeah. Yeah, right here. This fucking magnifying glass is fucking useless, but that's what it does, Arjun. Why can't it be bigger so I can see like the entire thing? But instead I see like one word. Yeah, real fucking useful. What a joke. What a tiny fucking magnifying glass. So useless. Oh, okay, ooh, published. Can barely fit words in. Laissez-faire. Okay. So someone circling advertising this paper, Mr. Shawns. Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? Thinking maybe it just might be related to your bright red-haired Ronald McDonald. Hey. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. First instance and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that with my eyes shut. So then allow me to regale you with details of my latest exploits, regale or boast. That is a Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled. Notice it in the paper then. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was. Well, according to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution that follows unspecified governance. In fact, one of the conditions of becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. That's what the lucky redheads receive once they join. Unconditional salary, £4 for a week. Oh my, £4 a week. Let's go, redhead time. What are they paying people for? I don't know. No details given the advertisement. Surely every redhead person in the country will be flocking to join in our case. Go. They are. Maybe this is a trap. They're getting all the redheads in this park and they're gonna round them up and exterminate them. Maybe this is a trap. Oh no, redheads, get out! Right, Susie, no time to lose. I put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. Might be stretching a point, I think. Trouble is, fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. When a certain number of people join, no one else can. Luck would have it. One member recently passed away. Oh, Cyril, go, go, go! Wasn't particularly lucky for the red end question. I guess we'll just have to have accidents with the other members, shall we, gentlemen? Mr. Sholmes. Decided to try to join in his place. Correct, I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruto. It pains me to admit it. Your blunder. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? Glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed or a hairpiece. Changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Conducted some research methods of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. In the course of my life, I still want to pour lotion that when taken turns one's hair aflame like red. I'd like to try it. It'll make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Wait, is TSM up 2-0 or is it 2-1 or something? Or is it over? Because yeah, that's pretty brutal. I think I'll pass. Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Still 1-0. Okay, sure it's bad for you, isn't it? Oh, it's a close game. Which was always hampered by such fears, so I should never have doubted Mr. Sholmes. I mean to say. Oh, the watch party is not even going to be SpongeBob, it's just going to be Evangelion thrice, yeah, of course. Earned £4 a week, one was prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. Yeah. I'll probably regret doing the Evangelion movie, it's probably going to be garbage. Should we give Red Signals more a little danger, surely? Anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with news of red hair. For the Park Online shoot were redhead league were interviewing prospective new members. Much went wrong. Old Park was choked with redheaded folk like a coster's orange barrel. Queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. When the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you disguised to conduct an investigation? Oh no." Oh yeah, New Englander. I know there's a Hurricane Henri. Naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. And this morning when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. Turned that parent to the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. Early in those redheads. Aha! Here's my guess now. Here's my latest client with money to spend. What, not gonna be a villain? I hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we're at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. Must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulated. Save looking to run away, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Maybe I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before rent is due. What the? Oh, it's Boob Lady. Mr. Sholmes, Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. Terrible tragedy. Time to finish him. To upset me. Beg your pardon. Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruto? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. Feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes. 6 million people, by the way, now you mention it. Explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Implore you to take the case, sir. Money's no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth of little consequence to me, madam. No, you fool! Being offered a case solves roar enough. Well, you're an idiot. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're a picture of benevolence. Of course, I'll make a mental note of your offer, Albert, for contingent reasons. Trust you'll remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman, lady, would be... me. What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. These are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. I see. Vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? If only McGilded was alive. He donated a park. It had his name on it. And you guys are like, rich people are evil, sir. I'm like, but how? Rich people are always good. Poor rich people. He was such a nice guy. If you may ask, Mr. Ridge, have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps. So Shaw, my dear fellow, what's your intention? Clearly, I have no ability to differentiate facial features of the English. Wish to invite the lady to tea, must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Possible. You're the nice young lord from the trial attended last week. I knew I recognized her. How a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. Must be very difficult too as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, honey. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I don't know if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more. Look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner, yes. Mr. Virgil. What about your husband, madam? Mr. Virgil, my daily, is 40 years of age. He's dead, sir. Photograph here. Well, he's gone. Terrible shame. You're an entirely unremarkable gentleman. By appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship. My husband's income more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. What a pure, I need to look at these things. Oh gosh. Dressed as the latest style, you're not clearly regularly groomed, your eyes are animated. Sure you have no inkling of why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right, he's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Should point to the possibility he has come embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened. So I'm quite beside myself. Husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. My God, that's somewhat unusual. Your husband's a prison warder. That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, a chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. Poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out while he's the killer. What about 10 years ago, dreadful punishment means capital punishments. At such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. That extra responsibility is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Farsley Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Wow, yes, the same one right beside the grave where that guy is. Farsley, what a fine establishment, if I'm not mistaken. Large cemetery just behind it, yep. All goes to there, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we're discussing in court. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. What? Time to go to the graveyard. Graveyard Ark. Sorry, Miss Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. Private matter. Can't really be a coincidence, can it? Husband's disappearance. 1-1. Oof. Yes, okay, well, the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. Yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday. Really is recent, laughably so. Truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not out of the ordinary from return home at night. This is different. From not to make contact for a whole day. Certainly it's never happened before. Dear Daly, what could have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Contact the police, quite naturally, but sadly, you refuse to listen to my pleas as husband only been missing for one day. Meh. Good old Scotland Yard, meh. Even though he's like a really important person, asked to wait patiently at home, meh. Chief prison guard, meh, or warden, meh. Truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let's not be hasty. See no reason why I should not engage my deductive powers to track her husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. It's really all there is to it. My eternal gratitude, pay any sum you care to mention. Seek only put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you shared with us, Mr. Vigil. I believe all information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with the good news, sir. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. So soon. Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you'd be so kind to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Yoink. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. Can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. No, I think every time early. How do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? Can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. Really gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. Time of successor look at Mr. Vigil. We're mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes. Hearing surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked at Barsley Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is a rare Barsley prison, so is renowned among us students at the university being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Barsley Prison. A notorious man is incarcerated professor. Not worded from the prison mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. Not very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. Well, in the prison, see what you can glean. Would you? Prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worthy. But aren't you gonna go for yourself? Surely you needn't ask. You can't possibly be seen with this hair. Didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That's quite different matter. Leave it in your capable hands. Oh, excuse me, I'm rather busy. Of course you are. Governor. As they prison on the outskirts of London, back and onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Quest at a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Well, we don't even get to, like, explore outside of prison, the fuck? We just go to the office. Maybe we'll get to see the prison later. Hey, it's Fat Bird. Place full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here. You did not want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Scots. Can you remember the Governor Barry Caden? Oh yes, it's a pleasure. Runeske Naruhodo, defense lawyer. The Easterner, I see. What does that mean? Yes, I'm visiting a student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes. Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try a prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be so direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Damn, the Scots are racist too, Pepe hence. We don't like your kind here. I grew out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Surely that means... I think it's because of the professor case. I think so too. 10 years ago, Michio Sugino as a professor was incarcerated at this prison. After his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Your agents are part of the professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get on with you before I punch your lights. We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we somehow prove this man there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden, what are you thinking, Miss Saddle? I feel sure a name came up in conversation somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned it might have some ideas to help us. Don't think of it. I have the same feeling. Say get out. Yes, Mikotoba over there. Oh, you two, I was taking a moment to catch up on the world night I'm unpacked. Where's Genji Goku? He's not in Iraq, and so he's taking himself out to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. But only just arrived in the country today. Goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about who you know in the prison governor at Barset Prison. Oh, Governor Caden, you mean? So does the same man. Well, then we'll speak with the governor. He used to talk to us, said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Would you? It would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee in a comfortable city. No, I've rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. Didn't say it out loud, did I? The Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now, I have an idea. He ran out a piece of paper. Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Thank you. Introduction, okay. Good luck then. Mustache Gang. How many of them are there? The Mustache Alliance. He's dead, sir. He doesn't have a mustache. I can barely read. Just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. Oh, sister, you cannot pull wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That's that young jock from the forensics laboratory, that Mikotoba. Yes, exactly him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, Susanna. Ginger is a young man's daughter? Well, you didn't think to mention that before. I do apologize. Aye, well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Wee handcuff biscuit! Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. Bitterly regretted not announcing who I was from the onset now. So then, what can I do for you, hen? Well, we're currently investigating the case. One of your warders, you see, he's gone missing. That's right, it's surely been reported you as well, being the prison governor. Well, I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh, but how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Hi, Vigil! That's right, his wife Kane Weston has to investigate his disappearance. Skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Be so kind as tell us what you know, sir. Aye, aye, of course. I understand Mr. Vigil's chief warder at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility, dedicated a job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder. Sorry, did you say it was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Cannot have been much less than 10 years ago now. Dwow. Oh no, dwow. What? 10 years ago, he lied to his wife, Pepe Hens. Stopped working there 10 years ago. Aye, as I minded, you can have entered the fella's name in all that time. Here's where he's gone missing now. No, the wife probably got lied to, because the wife appeared rich, so likely he's being he's blackmailing someone or something like that, due to the professor case. Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruto and his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Kaden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. Meeting Mr. Naruto, I kind of wondering, given that it was 10 years ago, which is exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Mr. Vigil actually resigned from position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. Why not to make him leave the job? Actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. I mean, he was dismissed. Terrible shame. It was after a particular walk. Let us have a walk. You're firing me, aren't you? Let us walk, friend. Sorry, a walk. That's the word for it in the walk to the gallows. An execution. Part of the job of chief warder, prepare the gallows, the trio and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. He let him go, what did he do? Sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. Hey, he was alive, he knew he was alive. I tell you, that's very rare for the chief warder to be relieved of his post. Why wouldn't Miss Vigil know about it? Appears to be under the impression her husband still works here. I wouldn't consider anything to do about that, I'm afraid. Perhaps to answer one more question about the circumstance of his dismissal. And what would that be, Hen? Last execution Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. I'm not at liberty to answer that. I see. You fucker. You're useless. Hope you die with all the other mustache guys. I came to Britain all those years ago and I was studying forensic medicine. You seem to have been well acquainted Dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have all nothing to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. You can... Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always peculiarly palatable. Your father worked in a laboratory just far side of the graveyard in the basement of St. Sinners. Still in use today, St. Sinners. That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been here and there. We got to open eye after used to ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms for more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here hours and gabble about dissection, all sorts. It takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cough biscuits, of course. Oh, charming. He was a good fellow, your father. Reliable and dead set in his work. I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well, I cannot tell you anything else. Get the hell out. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. One moment before you're away, hun. Sure, I have it here somewhere. I found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? It's Vigil's dismissal notice. 10 years old now, of course. Oh my. Are you sure? I don't know why I kept it. It's no trouble at all. It's no the original mind. Harsh reprimand by Mr. Vigil resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Boshlight Prison. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. I'd return. Do me a favor, never come back here. The case is closed. I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. The report by Mr. Chandler found Mr. Vigil. What will they tell Mr. Vigil, I wonder? Leave his post violated clause 132. All rights of redundancy payout of financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason dismissal: aid and abetting escape from his prison of convict. Done just prior to his execution. Details of escape still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Notes indication that jailbreak plot was conceived prior to convict's incarceration. Believed the convict engaged somewhere in negotiation with prison staff for security assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. We just wanted to save the man. November. Sean is sweet. Oh, you two. Thought you'd be back before long. Bake some scones for us all. Scones! That's a delicious smells. Greetings, my dear fellows. Blue. Turned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say enough of your thoughts are written all over your face in any case. Turns out it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Why? Pray tell me what of our water friend. Garnered some new information. Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. It's not a patch in your hair, to be honest. Most certainly isn't. Still, we discovered that Sholmes. Drop everything, Sholmes. It's more important, Gina. Why can't Adam and Eve it? Sniff, sniff, alright. What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. Mr. Strad made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... he's dead? What? They just found his body, shot with a pistol. Well, that leaves Kazuma left on the list of the list, monks. His name's in the death note. Inspector Gregson, he was murdered. No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Assassin. What the? Who's the assassin? What do you know? Boof, what do you know? Stop babbling! Boof, are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson, what do you know? It's really shot. I don't know much about what happened myself yet. Boof, what do you know? They're still there investigating the scene. Where does this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. Outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. Perhaps investigating the case then. Thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Scotland Yard puts another case into the to-do folder. It's like, are we ever gonna do any of those? Nah. How strange. The boss was. He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet. But one day I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny. Culprit, wow, assassin. Who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Caught the shooter off so soon. Witness reported something was going on, and boys got straight down there and took care of him. What awful person did this? Wow. I still can't believe it myself. Oh, say it! Boof, say it! Stop slacking around. What is it? Say the fucking name! It was the Reaper. Smack. Give me a fucking name! Boof, boof, boof. A name! No, wait a minute. A name! You don't mean. No, arrested Lord Von Zieks for it. Oh, that's right. The Reaper bloke's gone. Shot the boss. No, Lord Von Zieks. I mean, he even looks like Miles Von Zieks. Quite sure Mr. Strats, Baron Van Zieks, the police have arrested Baron Von Zieks. Saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. There were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? There was the gunshot apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, it was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There was a gun on the boat, on the rowboat, and I picked it up, and then he jumped off. No way Lord Von Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. Just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Mr. Strad. That's terrible news, dreadfully sorry. You're saying sorry for you didn't do nothing? Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to the scene right now. Please come in all as soon as you can. You gotta help. No help, as you guys would say, no help. You're on your own. Nope, no help. Detectives ought to appear whenever some sinister spawns in for. Though when now we all look haggard. Some of these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. You, sir, being a great detective, if I were to see something like this coming to him, how could I let this happen to Gregson? No help. So now, though, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. What day's going serious mode? Yes, we will too. It'd be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you intended to do so anyway. Till later, then. Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Von Zieks arrested. You know, Susie. Called you a handsome. It's rain outside, thanks, shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes, sir. I call dibs on his fish and chips as I run towards the body and grab it from his hand. It's still fresh. Nom, nom, nom. There's no room on Fresno Street. Wait, he's gone. Fuck, just give us a body, damn you. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. Doubt many people find their way down this back street. This dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. This is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work. I like how there's a red wig there, so someone who read the newspaper as well, it seems. Let's see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps investigation and taking him elsewhere. Oh, what do you think you're doing there? One of the drawers gotta be taken out so you look underneath and all. I'll just space it with the ceiling check, then don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot gonna always looking for dough when the owner's out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigation techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Turned up at last, mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Jones is only just left, you're lucky I missed that. Quite prance around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking at it is it and just scoff it. It's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, you didn't stop saying nothing to no one. Not even me, Gina, you wouldn't mind if we investigated too. Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yes. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. Never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, Lord Von Ziek's really just responsible for this crime. He will be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo, get investigating. I want to know the truth. But what really happened here? Thank you, Gina. Photograph stand. Suppose it must be a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson family members, What's the matter? Eyes are clicked about to pop out of your head. They are, look. Mr. Naruto, quickly. Wow. Wow. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar? She's assassin! True assassin! Booba assassin. Damn, Booba. So of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. Booba assassin. Damn. That's where the gun was planted. This is Miss Vigil. Makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil here and here? And also she has the beauty mole. That's also a villain trait. Oh no! Damn beauty mole. You can trust a girl with none of them, but in anime and TV shows, the mole, the beauty mole means evil, to be frank. I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. That's just that. You can see the mole. The mole! Empty fireplace makes room feel even colder than it would otherwise, doesn't it? Thick with dust. Look, I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy and cold, or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. Wouldn't like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. It's one or the other. Can I just look at the chair that's broken? Some sort of notice board or something. Perhaps it's covered in scraps of paper. Naruto, look. This to me. Autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here. Details of prison inmates, yes. After all that sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. This one here, yes, the advertisement. To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League. I knew it. You can't trust the Jokers or the Ronald McDonald's. Why, what's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. A League of Redheads, sir. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on his investigating when he's so upset. His useless orders, sir. Got one of Canada's holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splatter on the wall behind. Look, I suppose bullet had hit it. It seemed like the bullet hit the candle. first pass through the inspector's body. Now that it wax in the wall, looks like it's blood to me. I won't believe it until I see a body, because there's no fish and chips on the ground. Ever since I came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Funny enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece. I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found. You just have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, is it? It's such a flame-colored red too, yes. That's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Yes, there's a vital clue, I'm sure, that the red hairpiece, presumably belonged to Mr. Gregson. I always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece looks like. It doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. You must have to use lots of birdland to keep in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? There are some black marks here, look like some sort of scorch marks. As bullets start to canter, do you think? It's only this one can has been cracked in half, it seems. You might be right. Firearms are really used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid. Not particularly knowledgeable of them. There are no guns in Japan. Until Yakuza shows up. No! Everyone has a gun in Yakuza. Random waiter pulls out a gun under the counter. A gun! So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the ropes laid around the body show exactly how it was found. Well, Inspector Gregg himself had already been taken away. He'll probably be under Dr. Sife's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. Shape of the rope? It would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. I love Doc. You alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you just seen a ghost. That's just rope, but well, conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. So it sounds so strong, though. Taking us far better than I am. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Pepe hands right. Perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. Me eyes. Tears actually in me eyes. Assuming the murder weapon there. Oh my. It's real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. There's one way I know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot. No, if I did that, I'd be looking for skill lower representing in court. So I say if we just ask someone who might know, I think. I guess would hit. I suppose this must have been a murder weapon. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. They're so good and so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Also more familiar with firearms, which should have light on things here. Which is fine in America. Appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. See, it's on the floor here. Do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine one runs the experience something like this. About 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. Should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It's rather delightful after all, in a way. Seems very haphazard now those boards over the broken last happened. can't really call it a window anymore. I remember the window in Natsume's room now is totally blocked up with bricks. This window's at least still in sunlight, so you could say nothing more about it. Let's try to be even more sore for Natsume now. Excuse me. You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. Our Scotland Yard people will take the case. 10 years later, the killer has never been caught. Interrupted deep thoughts there. Decades later, it's just like the Ripper. We never found him, sir. I'm sorry. We failed you. What's Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, after years since I got out of the clink, decided to give up me diving and become a detective in SAS when Sean's twisted inspectors on the agreed to take on his prince to me. Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I don't really know much about the boss till then. Turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really. So he managed to solve some really tricky case just like that, he did, yup. Madison said he started going off all sorts of investigations, always on his own. I'm not sure he even knows what applicants he's working on, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what's a legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? We had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. Look where I landed on respect for the Reaper. No way. Heard him say as much. Take my hat off to that allowing Lou's words. General public feels as if most people are terrified of the Reaper. We had a boss said exactly why he respected the didn't know his grades and now the Reaper in quite such high regard. Could have said something else to me and all, and I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. It only goes after people who are bad. It kind of set my mind at ease when he said that, right? Place I live here. I was rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. Sort of here today, gone tomorrow, right, isn't it? That is what we call unidentified person. I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Let's see, well, judging from appearances. I say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck in the investigation. There's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. Do you wonder? Yes, we saw. Could it be this huge boon? It's in fact Inspector Gregson himself. What? What could that be? If he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible. This was in fact some kind of secret office. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually gonna follow a line inquiry like that ourselves, you are. Look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things I'd hint at it. Should really investigate this place in detail. That's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. I thought it was a single bullet. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used there on the floor. It's the Reaper's in it, no denying that. Not too bad. I don't know about that, take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I was saying whatever, not much guns myself. Some bigwig lawman or whatever said so, why didn't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? My Fresno Street runs along that window there. There were some street sellers just outside of the gun shop. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for question, that's why. Talking about the yard's legendary inspector, after all, he'll be getting a grilling. We might be able to speak with some of the street sellers ourselves. I doubt lads at the yard would just want to know what you're snooping around on. You'll get up a grilling and all. Can't interview the witnesses, then. Shame. Good old Scotland Yard one. fix the case. Feels okay. What? You don't know the gun? I saw you shooting you. What is that? Evidence for us to know what happened? Not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this stood up in business yet. It's one the person did this to the boss. You're useless. Selvan. There he is. Lord Von Zieks behind bars. It's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. I'm Lord Von Zieks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be. If the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Can very well not come. We heard what happened at you. Inspector Gregson was... Go home, this has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Von Zieks, I must disagree. Gregson was very helpful on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him at the very least. We owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. Must help us for investigations, please. Nothing I can tell you. What were you reading at the back of the cell there? Is it something related to the case? Yes. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as the share case details of a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange, I mean, let's face it, Lord Von Zieks never minces his words. Seem to have less bite than usual somehow. What happened? Please tell your sad story, Lord Von Zieks, what happened? How much do you already know? Nothing. No, the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room in Fresno Street. You were found there by the police when they arrived on scene, immediately arrested. Told there was nobody else in the room. Some witnesses heard the gunshot. And you're well informed, and there's really nothing I can add. What about the killer? Truth is, I don't know what happened myself. The gunshot, obviously you didn't fire a gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. Also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. I'd ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He's gonna need a lawyer, though. He's even representing you in court, Lord Von Zieks. Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming We have no representation as of yet. Defense lawyers shy away from trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. This is different. In my career, of all the defendants prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked later. Surely not, I assure you. No defense lawyer will want to touch me in the end with a barge pole. You didn't actually have anything to do with those people's death, did you? Damn, 16 out of 19. In 10 years now, I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Abraham was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. Better inform me of his safe route at home arranges passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. We should now be beyond the reach of the Reaper. The Reaper doesn't follow people abroad. Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example, told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. Professor Airbrain's safely back in Germany now. Yes. Here's our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. In any event, you'll excuse me now. I wouldn't like to detain you. Swear, Lord Von Zeeks, if you'd like. Happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. Quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in court of law, sadly. Very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. Not the police, not the judiciary, not you Nipponese, you filth. One is not like the other. Please. I have no intention of engaging in your services. Chasm between us too wide and too deep, it seems. Pretty sure if you don't visit again, neither of us will waste any more time. So, perhaps I need to dig a little deeper. Find more about Lord Von Zeeks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. I'll be right back with a drink while you guys look at him staring under the candle. Don't worry, you guys will take care of him, right, gentlemen? An accident in jail, terrible shame. Alright, I'll be right back. He stabbed himself 20 times. Who could have done this? Tears in the eyes. Or maybe we can get the pusher. Maybe he can share a jail cell with the pusher. And one of you guys would be like, you don't mean her? Pusher, I'll be right back. How could I have played this game before unless I found it? This shit's just a Streamlabs one. Okay. Oh, this case wasn't translated. Okay. I remember in the Game Boy Advance days, or there was no, what was it? There was a team translating the first case of the third game. And that was my first experience with Phoenix Wright. But then they announced they were translating the third game, so they stopped their translation. Yeah. Why would you assume I fucking do you think I have infinite time? Oh my god, never mind. I'm just gonna stop while I'm ahead. Christ. You just assumed I played all the fucking games before I stream them when they just come out. I play 20 hours off stream, yes. Christ, I just don't even know what to say anymore. Where are we going? British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. A good time. Took an express train back to London. Wow. You Lord Stronger, can you? Oh, is it Harebrained? Sounds as though he's talking to someone. Dwell? Oh, never mind, it's him. Everything in place for my evil scheme. I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. Terrible tragedy. What happened to those two? Yes, my enemies are all conveniently dying. Yes. No doubt you have heard the sickening news. Terrible shame. About the Reaper's latest devilry. Terrible shame. Terrible shame. The guy who was against me is now framed for murder. Terrible. Yes. Sure you don't believe it, of course, so that's right. No. Who would have thought the Reaper would have killed his friend Gregson? Lord Von Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts, and looks like you could. The facts of this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accuse of Lord Von Zieks for this crime, tears in the eyes. We must bring charge against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. Truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least so, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. We'll execute them tomorrow. Does that mean the trial's tomorrow? Precisely. That is a fine opportunity for introductions. Wow. Your turn, Kazuma. But of course you're already acquainted, aren't you? Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma. I'm sure you're aware he's a very capable practitioner of law. No, he isn't. The dude has barely any experience. He just got his memories back. I'm actually curious about some facts. This is probably a slight spoiler. Does that woman from Case 1, I'm assuming she shows up again, right? The chick that you were with? I don't know why she's featured prominently on the cover, and she's barely in the game. Okay, I see. Yeah. I look on the cover. I don't know why. I think they messed up the design of Gina on the cover. She looks so different on the cover. There's a blonde chick, but her hair is braided and in a, I don't know, weird. It's definitely her. Imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Right, so public wants answers about the Reaper. The X is to cover his crotch, okay? Maybe he's a serial, you know, sex offender. I don't know. He has to be locked up. And it's about how and why those who escaped convictions subsequently died mysterious deaths. Everyone takes firmly down as any involved in such matters. Cullen some strong look like 103 months for tier 2. Oh, is that why? Because Gina looks like the most different, I think, on the cover. Yeah, Gina definitely, or her hair is like completely different. There's someone else that I don't recognize. I'll remember who it is later. Thorough investigations have proved him to be innocent. Certainly true. Or has it? It has been, at least until now. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Terrible shame. But out with the old and with the new, right? Chasm may prosecute him tomorrow. That's right, but he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. Imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. No doubt at all, Chasm will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Chasm summon? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors right here. Nope. It was a personal request. I asked to be signed to the trial. You asked for this. But why? Become clear tomorrow. Guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. Seems unprecedented, quite exceptional in fact. How often would someone walk around with two swords like in real life? Not in video games, because isn't it heavy and wouldn't it be fucking annoying? Quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Well, this trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused one of Britain's greatest prosecutors. Part of them, like, it'd be trouble sitting down, like going through hallways, it would be weird. I don't know. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive as a judiciary host. And then when you like unsheath your sword, you have to do some stupid cross thing unless you just use one sword, but then you're like pointlessly. I mean, you can have a dagger or like, yeah, short sword as a backup, but carrying two fucking katanas like a moron seems really bad. Alright, ready to perceive a judiciary clothing ranks. That's why I have to let a foreigner handle prosecution. You have no scale, yeah, around your waist. Let's see how your skills have been known. Practicing law in the land for so many months. Okay, that's why. Don't understand why you're being so hostile now. This isn't going to end well. You guys claim the Japanese samurai equips everything. So they have two swords, a dagger, a bow, anything else? Do they have a gun as well? Fuck it, since you guys claim the Japanese samurai apparently could hold everything. Yep, the spear as well. Like, what else do they not have? A fucking mace, hammer, maybe a car on their back or something? You guys make it seem like samurai have like 5 fucking things. Noticed that there was a gun at St. Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks? That'll be a question for the lead detective investigating to see wow. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruto. Be direct. Certainly a motto issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes, which includes prosecutors, I'm sure you can imagine. That case could actually belong to the victim. Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Von Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. According to his story, he lost it. In short, terrible tragedy, or a little suspicious. That's because of getting questioned the same time as the defense don't prove that's actually his. Oh, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Von Zieks. I'll show you this strong hand. Lord Chief Justice, I'm not here to offer advice about evidence, so... Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. No reason. Sir, it's locked. He has psych locks on his D. Sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but I will be alright now. Your memory completely returned. Yes, completely. I remember everything. His music. Clearly what I was coming here to do. Right. That's my son. Can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. You come here to be in London when you're suffering from amnesia. There's a voice this past year. Hearing in my head constantly saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. That voice that guided me here to London. So sorry what's happened. Sorry, I'm finishing this. Okay. Anyway, memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? Nah, I'm not. Prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're gonna glean much more here. Well, I'm out of here. Thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our empire's history. So much you could learn from the public, or as much as you could learn from the public gallery. Wow. Sort of taking up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
What the? Before you go, Ryunosuke, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma, what? Took my determination on and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. Carried out my role to perfection. Always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. Your dream. Naruto didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Which is, the trial will be prosecuted tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as a defense counsel. Why, what's this all about? You know you have what it takes. Lord Von Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. Contrary, he recognizes your talent, he does. It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this, the mustache guy. Oh, never mind, wait, who's the other guy? Oh, it's his brother. Not John, it was the cleanser. John Pepe Hands. John! That's Lord Von Zieks, Inspector Gregson. John. Photograph must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. Who's the third person? Displayed very prominently in the detective's office. Gregson's office, I mean. Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find some straight talk and make some take a different view, take it. treasured memory. Don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Prison cell 1. Hansik's still reading the letter. Been gone quite some time now. Either it's an incredibly slow reader or it's an incredibly long letter. I think we'll read English faster than he can. I'm illiterate. Tending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insult in Nipponese. Didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. I had your trial set for tomorrow. None of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. You're just talking about Strongheart and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I expect nothing less. But I have no idea who it is. It's gonna be Kazuma Sogi. Sogi? And the color drained from his face. Wow. Huh, well then. Seems I'm gonna have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Ziggs, who came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? Life was good. This was the biggest death flag. If we only got this picture earlier in the game, we'd be like, no, they're dead. To take when I became a qualified prosecutor, it's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. It's the man on the left there, John Clint, yes. Had to be really. Apparently this picture is prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Are you aware of that? Respect, that's nonsense, however. It's someone attached to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Estradamus. Maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. Life was good. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and such other lofty subject matter. Life was good. It was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you. Here's how I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, insight into the true nature of this man known to all, the Stone Cold Reaper, the Bailey. So be it. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. Killer, as you know, is a visiting student from the Far East. A single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. Cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later. Man's sons crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset. What could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why Lord Strongheart decided to try to somebody like that? Sogi, that name, is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you, Nipponese. Always back to this, right? You racist, right? You hate all Japanese. The Nipponese bane. I'd only just been appointed as prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. So-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard, and that was Genshin Asogi. Oh, he didn't do it exactly. Developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous to the extreme to me, but none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. Esteemed brother, the people I believed in, any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. How awful. Avenge my brother, I prosecuted Nasogi's trial. Wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by a ascribed prosecutor? Man in charge of Professor Case Inquiry, Lord Mayo Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart. Highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Wow. The Von Karma. Since that time, one person whom I felt indebted must have seen your zeal for the case and recognize your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? All things, as a lawyer. But your animosity, first time I've ever faced in the courtroom, your obvious deep loathing, less Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. For so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it. I understand why now that I know the history. But in the same way I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, Kazuma Sogi, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper sent his father to the gallows. Looking for revenge, he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Oops, fuck, I messed up. I was fucking... Did I just skip it? Fuck, I accidentally clicked A. And it just happened to be A on the longest ones. Okay. Gregson's transfer to the Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the common man field. Never make it to France now. Wow, it's a tragedy. Terrible tragedy. Yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? You're so close. I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. First time I've ever encountered it. No. Paris Police welcome an English detective is almost inconceivable. Can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that an arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery is even the Reaper perplexed. Afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. He's the only guy that does anything in this place. What a hero. 10 years ago, he first made a name for himself. Uncovered a decisive piece of evidence exposed professors at an... Oh, no, no! He framed him. Gregson wasn't a hero. Wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? My brother's life was taken. The inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Wait, what? Well, you don't do that in Scotland Yard, you mean? What about going to the crime scene? Crime scene? Yeah, we just throw a dart in and maybe it hits someone, maybe it doesn't. You're mad? A full autopsy? I just look at the body, poke him a little few times, he's dead, sir. Well, then my job here is done. You're mad! You're mad! Full autopsy. That's so surprising. Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. My brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. Some Gregson doubt of an investigation made determined it was necessary. A powerful conviction somewhat influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. Your Morgan could see why you could have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. What the gun used to shoot the inspector fancy? Ah, yes. That's not mine. This is a 1903-04. It's common opinion seems to be that is. What do you expect me to say to that? What strong informs that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. Oh, I was issued with a revolver when I first became prosecutor 10 years ago. Must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. Something in common with Lord Von Zieks after all, Mr. Naruto. talent for misplacing things. No, it's nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it? It's not decisive evidence, clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh. First time he's ever used my name and said my learned friend. Lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. There's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. Simple determination to know the truth. The Von Zeeks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wish I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, filthy Nipponese savage who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Loathsome. Only 2 other men have known with that same look in their eyes. My brother Clint and Genshin Asogi Dwown. Many allies of the men who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. You showed me that photograph just now. Reminded me. I mean, this photograph. I was able to laugh. Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. Look to the future with hope, Kibu. Back in the old days, life was good in the old days. Since then I protect myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. Mr. Naruto, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. Tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It will be an honor. So please, Mr. Naruto. My life is in your hands. Lord Von Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Simply cannot let the man down. More than the ability against my old friend Kazuma. Finn. Sir, it says to be continued. Finn. This is the second last case. Who said there was only 4 cases? Who said there was only 5? Case 0. November 8:56 a.m. Old Bailey defendants. Into chamber. It's old familiar feeling again. Crushing pressure of his historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. Even more menace and tension in the air. There's a menace and tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. No more courtesy, if you please. Managed to not kill it well. Basically, if I saw Mafia, they'd probably have to die. But oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken. This trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? Not privy to details, however, I understand that no jury has been selected. Trial without a jury, well, that's just like trial professor 10 years ago. Closed court. Or my dear fellows, Mr. Sholmes. Pay note of my hair, Mr. Naruto. Outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, completely forgot about your little hair problem. Yeah, well, when one man has a little hair problem, is another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. No idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. But you have only yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking full of vim. I mean, the problem is the jury system got weird in this game. I think in the last game they used it more, but in this game, like, they're just used as additional witnesses. So yeah, this game, the jury system is sort of whatever. Good morning, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking full of vim. And you, I see London celebrated great detectives active as ever. You exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagement for a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence far greater deterrent. Black roots of crime in our capital. I may not agree in your methods. There's at least one point which I'd readily commend you. For an honor now would be. You're an eye for a good lawyer, sir. Sir Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer is a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? Shall only say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sort of bargain. Gina. It's out on her arm. It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? Symposium, Ark Monkus. Someone's gonna die there. Been postponed. I have free time. Free time to flag or have more death flags. Time to come along with police inspectors. See our country's up and coming student in action. Very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Oh yeah, that favor I'm gonna ask you? Well, I'm gonna... I'll tell you what the favor in a week. It's an honor to have you here. That's good. Hope there are fruits to see. Otto, yes, Gina. Why'd you agree to this thing? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says he was in what? He killed the boss. Yeah, her design is different from the case. Yeah, she has like braided hair, curled up or something. Sorry, Gina. I just don't believe that. Warn him. Who was it? I don't know that yet. I'm like looking at her. Yeah, she has those weird braided buns at the back. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name, just person at the end of the day. Turns out I'm what killed the boss and God help him. Is Olaf Jungle even as good anymore? I know it was good earlier in the year, but Fury Eyes indeed. Copper deserves every ounce of your loathing. You said maybe some solace to the deceased. Please, I'll do. Bands, get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. I'll find you done this to make the wretch pay. Cards for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. I mean, how many jungler streamers like still play a lot? Cause yeah, every time I hear about jungle on the Reddit, they say how they hate the role and less people are playing and no one ever gets autofilled to it anymore. Here we go. We have not seen Greg since Spada yet. Time, Mr. Naruto. Lord Von Zeeks. When he lost his treasured brother to a mass murder. When he lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. When he lost a man who helped her escape destitution. That misfortune, all that pain. When forced Clyde headlong in this trial. Time to shine a light on all these dark events. I think Tarzan still plays. Joe, he might be one of the only ones, but whenever truth is revealed, Joe was just annoying now. Yeah. Gonna have to look it straight in the eye. Maybe he was in a good period of life when I was playing Olaf Jungle, and see he can only relive that period in his life by Olaf Jungle. Then he can like copium or whatever and say life is good now. So maybe that's why he wants me Olaf Jungle specifically. It's the day he was the happiest, Pepe Hens. Alright, Old Bailey Courtroom, 9:20 AM, 2nd November. Yes, I can take you back with my time machine. Life was good. Name of Majesty, the Queen hereby declares this court to be in session. Here to conduct a fair and just trial of defendant Barakwan Zeeks. Counsel for the defense, prosecution ready to begin. Defense is ready, my lord. No jury this time. Prosecution is more than ready. Kazuma-sama. I'm wishing to see you in court again for so long, it feels. Never pictured it happening like this. Wow, never thought. Facing you behind the prosecution's bench. So-called Reaper of the Bailey. He's been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. See, I told you, that's probably how it is. Copium. Alright? It's probably like, if I could only go back, if only I'd wanted Olaf Jungle, I could go back to when life was good, pre-COVID, pre-everything. Life is good. I uncovered a truth behind the scourge. In other words, the trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than the Inspector Gregson's murder. Truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they're to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. Are they too lazy to make artwork, and so there's no one in the gallery, or a few less people in the gallery? By Her Majesty's direct orders. Who? The gallery. They're so fucking lazy. Are we to say everyone here isn't a member of the public? The fucking gallery has like the exact same people. How would that work, my lord? Burden of all arbitration adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, juror's bench shall remain vacant today. What about all the people, you know, in the gallery? With no members of the public present, may I ask who's occupying the gallery now? There we go. They're members of the judiciary here to witness proceedings and ensure equitable trial. There's a woman up there. Let's be honest, you guys are fucking lazy. Oh, come on. Members of the judiciary. Oh, please, there's so many one up there. Total lie. Oh, this is a very unusual trial already. Of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings, which I must elaborate. The counsel for prosecution defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. As I stand here in the courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. So let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Sogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on November 1st, November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Location was a building of flats on Fresno Street in the outskirts of the city. Victim's body discovered there in an old single-room rental part of a dam. Can we just get, like, a sketch or anything? Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of the country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. I know the budget's low, but can we at least, like, have pictures? Faster case. Not really sure about the time of the incident. Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all reported at the same time. That's what Gina told us. There were a number of witnesses. I have your plan of the room. Finally, here we go. It's under schedule. Victim was found curled in the one corner. It's the Evangelion 4th movie. I believe they were shot from point-blank range and died instantly. Well, as the range been determined, there were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. How come we never use this in like some of the other cases? Okay, now we know. Powder hot enough to leave scorch marks, only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. There are weapons found lying beside the victim. 45, time of death. Maria Gory. Near shot chest, close range instant death. Scorch mark point of entry, bullet exit body from behind. Caliber gun used match It's out of standard issue firearms member judiciary. Managed to detain the owner of this firearm. No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo Kazuma-sama for not trying to use the gun as evidence since provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, explain the revolver is fired at extremely close range. Bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. Candle were mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. Noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for a thorough report, Counsel. Certain of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Crime scene floor plan entered in the court record. This Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode. No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. His precious old furniture inside is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth is Gregson even doing there? Assuming he's investigating some case or other. Policeman was informed of a gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene. Found only a deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding a revolver. Better pick it up! Bang, bang. Attendant officer arrested the accused on the spot. Ooh, a free gun. Details of the case are clear. In that case, prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel? Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Von Zeeks. Prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Wait, well, let the defendant take the witness stand. No jury in this case. It's a normal case. Then state your name and occupation for the court. Barak Von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. Presume Lord Von Zeeks that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's open and proceed. I did. Alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away, namely, while you were there in the room in the Fresno Street in the time of question. What exactly took place? I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I'll say, Lord Von Zeeks, never imagined this day would come, or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, since you became known as the Reaper. Part of me has been dreading it. Formal testimony then, witness. I was investigating Gregson. My queries led me to that address. First entered the room that day. It was dark inside and saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. Spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and heard a man scream. It's only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Testimony was the whole truth. Yep. So you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. He shot himself. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sogi. Oh, would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. It's gotten into Kazuma, he's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Next to the incident, investigating Gregson, my queries led me to that address. When I first entered the room, the day was dark inside, saw no one. I later heard the gunshot, spun around, saw the revolver on the floor. As I picked up the firearm and examined it, the door flew open and a man's scream. It was only then the body. Spider Gregson appeared before me.
Hold it!
So who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. You say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. What I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. How then could it be? Gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room. No, that's out of the question. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. Smell the gunpowder. Now, let me guess, there better not be a bullet in the wall. That wasn't actually hitting Gregson. Bad, the worse. So that's the point which he noticed a revolver on the floor. Correct. Foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm you somewhat hastily took in your hands. Point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. Then, where on earth was the gun that was fired? Of course I would like to oblige you with an answer. Afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. As I picked up the firearm and examined it, the door flew open and heard a man scream. Man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right, one of the street merchants working on Fresno Street asking me the artist. Who are these merchants? A number of them set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard a gunshot. Without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? Burst in through the door of some force, would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. You're supposed to be the Reaper. First man that come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hand and fled. Policeman patrolling Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? Well, so you can't explain it. It's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body had been there until that point. Then suddenly, there it was. You perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand. Surprised I haven't gotten a picture of the body. That moment what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. The inspector were killed or how his body soon appeared out of nowhere. I have no idea. So that's Lord Von Zieg's account. Any thoughts, Mr. Narrow? Mainly it doesn't ring true in all sorts of ways. Fired again if nobody else was there. How did the corpse just appear in front of him? I think Lord Von Zieks is lying now. I don't think that. I mean, if he was going to lie, I'd expect him to have come up with a more credible story, wouldn't you? Yes, completely agree. I think he generally doesn't know what really happened himself. We must do what we can to fill in the gaps. Yes, first and foremost, we need more information. Investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry. Identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating, regrettably though. He was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Or to understand it, on the day in question, he followed the victim to the scene. Now I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. Address on Fresno Street was noted 5 p.m. entry. We illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, not alone, we constitute a very serious offense. As does in Great Britain, I assure you, is that not the case, Lord Von Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet He refused to tell the court why. Didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Hold it!
Never been to the address before. No, never. I only learned to the place as a result of my investigation of Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all impossible to make out anything. 5 p.m. the sun would only just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. It has a window, but it was boarded shut. Wait, there's something I haven't actually looked at. Can't find anything out of place. Probably from one of the merchants. This charmed policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. Not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. That part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled, almost as if someone enjoyed twisting around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting around and around too, for fun? Assassin! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. Tiny though, couldn't be a key for a door, not that size. What's it for, I wonder? Looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? What's it for? The window was boarded shut, very little light found its way in the room outside, so it's extremely murky inside. Wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. No artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? Quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I had a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain. Like Mr. Narada. Saw a desk in a room just here. Yes, I remember. Oil lamp on it, as well as a framed photograph. Entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. What did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination clearly revealed. Accused Barak van Zieks is relying on multiple fronts. What? Is that supposed to be what's the music? Good gracious, counsel. And his line, you say? Testimony just now. He claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. That's impossible. Prove by this candle room. Does that prove anything? Examine the tip of the long candle. You see it's been blown off by a powerful impact, but the other two are melting. I would assume the projectile from the fire passed through the victim and struck the candle. Problem comes when you consider the other two candles. Clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only a candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. I could reasonably accept someone who lit all 3 candles together, which begs the question of why only one ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished and the others were still burning. That's right, when the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. The other 2 candles would still have been burning. The fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candle room. Since the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Now the next line. There's more. The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. Board cover and top the bottom police documents, newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. Saw it too. It goes without saying the contents of police documents cannot be divulged, however. There are a number of reports from various historical causes, the oldest of which Kept from 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. Common thread linking all the documents on that board. Read, what is this common thread council? All relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zieks. All of them. Furthermore, all these cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Lord, interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, so all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. In short, that dingy little room, it's a Reaper's secret hideout. His base of operations. Reaper's hideout. But the Reaper would probably never have been his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards, explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper when he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout. He was killed, as I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? Ordar. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barak von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention. Defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. This man's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawn on his experience as a defense attorney, but his prosecution case is formidable. Counsel submit to the board what you have just showed to court as evidence. The fundamental and establishing of facts around the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Jeez, I didn't get to do anything with that cross-reference. There are details of whole raft case dating back to years on there. From 10 years ago's Brownwolf Age, look out of interest. The most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. It's the same Redhead League advertisement Mr. Schultz had picked out. You remember? There was a red hair piece of the scene too. Is Patrick Gregson an exponent of the Redhead League then? I thought Gregson got a lot of money because his wages were doubled because of the popularity. What's this? Naruto-doc. Yes, it's a smudge of some kind, in fact. Looks just like a handprint. Monk on the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Scotland Yard is the greatest detective agency in the world. How dare you guys mock them and just make fun of them. Alright, they lost Gregson today, now you guys just mock them. Prosecutor calling new witnesses and witnesses who saw events unfold the day in question. Mentioned in the previous testimony, two of you remember, I asked. The street sellers heard gunshots and went running into the room. Read the witnesses in. Defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Look at these guys, they're poor. Stop it, sir. So, witnesses, say your name and occupations for the court. We don't use names far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live. I gave them all vacant stares as they walked on Fresno and spit a few words into a verse for them. Right, but you assume not all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street. The rabble, is that us? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits at passerbys. You know, has he been hung recently because of his neck? Jaunty little tidbits. An absolute smash for you, sir. Right up your general it is. What? 6 is the price, not a penny less. But you're actually actually trying to sell it to me. Come on, sir, don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man, give the money and see what it is. Pay the man counsel. Alright. 6 pence it is. Won't regret it, sir, now. Got your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slight Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to be spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. Double pressures. Got more, you know. Want another juicy one. 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. Yeah, I'm curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom of yours. That unusual bruise or whatever that's poking out under your collar. What the next witness saying? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Yeah, I'm Venus, that's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? You said these lovely little fireworks all the local school kids to wow. Fun. 6 pence a pop, what do you say? Exaggerate a little. Did it actually sell? The second year's coming and can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that they got 100 they could blow up the school. Sir, everyone's buying it, sir. Not the most savory ideas, young lady. What do you say then? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what do you want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you buy 100 of them, you can blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her money and see if she's right. Pay the woman counsel. Alright, I'll buy one. Obvious stuff right there. There's something a bit extra just for you. Venus specials, 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? There'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. What sort of bang could it make? Boom and a bang. Last witness, what name do you go by? What do you sell? I'm poor. I'm a thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. 'Cause I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me. They call me the observator. Get out, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything. Problem shared is problem halved, as they say. I give advice which I do. Think what it means. Don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. More pictures today, please. Oh, quite a cast here, it seems. Got your business on Fresno Street from 1 till night, my lord. Always in the same place directly adjacent to the crime scene. See, thus you've heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not really that. He very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Yeah, well, we bag it, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what I meant to do. What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is all I see is light and shadow playing for eyes. Is any of it real? Very well. So we are formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. Describe in detail what you witnessed and heard about the time of the incident. Witness's account. We saw the whole thing. When Sergeant finished, we did everything in the moment they went in. It was less than a minute after Reaper got inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me, quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait and see what had happened. I ran in the room, there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over a dead body. I was scared after the FB, so I ran out to find a copper. These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. What did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak von Zeeks. Seen pictures of Reaper in the paper, I know what he looks like. Pretty nice folks love stories like this. Already made myself a tidy sum already, but wait. It was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All the flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Oh, sure. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. Even just the inspector's found the only property in the building that's currently leased. shareholders now, don't we? It's you, boo. Your testimony in court just heard with pure little room for doubt. But increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Give me a candor, my lord. Lots of the defense may proceed to cross-examine the witness. Beppo deserved it, alright? You scamming people, and you guys like, but Beppo behaves. Most court like this federal judge has only pursue opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Alright, let me be right back while you guys look at Beppo and co. The whole thing was start finishing everything the moment they went into the building. Less than a minute after we begun inside, I heard a big bang. Alright, let me be right back real fast. But sir, he scammed people. Okay, so you hang the 15-year-old because she's a pusher. Monkus, she's gonna push me, sir. Could have been any of us, sir. But then, bus driver scamming people. Meh. Meh, he can walk away. Meh. Pusher, Monkus. Okay, right back real fast. swear that took so long. Okay, we're good. Sorry. Is it 2-1 still? Okay. You guys can't gamble, damn you. Alright. 2-2 Monkus. That is Monkus. Monkus. Okay. Last minute to bring outside her the Big Bang. Simi, quick to talk, quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to see what had happened. Right in the room, and there he was, the Reaper gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death me. I ran off to find the copper. So things start to finish with everything. The moment they went in the building.
Hold it!
Let's see. Say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and Defendant Lord Von Zeeks. Suppose so, likes of us don't know names of the high and mighty of the rabble. But I'll tell you one thing, it was the old Reaper that went in last, that's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, around the same time as each other. No, not at all. First fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. Picked him right 15 minutes before, you're sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem likely I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Yeah, is his hair really weird red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. That fury red bump still burnt on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead. Were you listening, chumma? He was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well. Such a Gregson's hair isn't red, not by a stretch of imagination. Seems like the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Are we being set up? No, I hit the brick to you. The witnesses are correct. What? Finally! This is so bullshit. How come we could never see the body, like, ever until now? Jesus, finally! What a joke. We never got this until now, finally. Christ. Look at the photograph taken by a crime scene. Jesus, what a meme. No, it's not even just any evidence. It's, you know, the fucking corpse. Like, I've been waiting for that. Like an autopsy. Wait, have we even gotten the autopsy? Let me see. Okay, here we go. Instant shot cluster. No, we got that. Yeah. We finally got the picture, because we haven't actually confirmed he's dead yet until you see a picture. Alright. Inspector Gregson, alright. Red hair piece. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene. Didn't we? Gee, some lost game for when we do it. Nope. By hands. Okay. Someone on the floor investigated the scene, didn't we? Still refused to believe Inspector Gregson wore hair piece, so why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? It's because of this stupid thing. Color does seem to suit the man, one might say. I thought he had a ton of money, Gregson. Photo submitted as evidence, please, counsel. Photograph the victims that entered in a court record. And what became of the trunk that the redhead victim was supposedly carrying? An idea, Mr. Naruto. You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry. This was the gunshots. Just a Venus special. Wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? She said it could blow up the courtroom. Bang. Sounds like a gunshot, alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. It sounded almost exactly like... Yes. Fuck fireworks sellers in these cases, they fuck everyone over. Not Greg C. Pepe hands. furniture and Reddit was supposedly carrying. I was informed no trunk was found at the scene, so it would just disappeared. What, do you expect us to been watching the building every second, do you? Definitely saw him in the dock going in now. No question about that.
Hold it!
Presumably you mean the gunshot. I say these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? I always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? You say you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang it went, just like that. Well, he's a Reaper, isn't he? That's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? Didn't get the message. Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clear motive for the crime. Yes, certainly an eminently credible motive. Great. At that point, you ran inside, is that correct? Seems me quick to talk, quick to walk. Also couldn't wait to go and see what happened. This is a random statement. I guess I ran and see what happened. Did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered. See, all the signs that I can't move very well. What the fuck? We're way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and a big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but possible that you and I have met before. I'm not anybody, me. The signs are what make me who I am now. I sign, therefore I am. No one cared until we put the signs on. Who was a nobody? So you weren't employed as omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I'm mistaken. I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto. I agree, he's clearly been through a lot. Burn down King Henry Street in Blackwood where his arm is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. In the room there it was, Reaper got an hand stain over the dead body. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? And I was, kicked the door open like a professional, I did, yelled out, "What's going off here?" Von Zeus claimed he heard it was a man's scream there. Was it dark inside the room? Not dark at all. Candles burning on the wall, really. This fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us is the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Yeah, that contradicts something because he didn't notice it, even though Lord Von Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Barak Von Zeeks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny. I'm no lily-livered coward. Stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Oh, he probably ran out.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am, just 2 slices of no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think maybe you just remembered something. Haven't heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. Not for you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. I just want to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. You rotten beggar, I told you keep that a secret. He screamed, he did, screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Wow. Planted my hand on a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? What? A pool of blood? Listen here, even while I was sprawled on the floor, kept getting Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? Why did I? Happens the best of us at times, doesn't it? I was so scared I slipped over. Keep it between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm gonna have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. I just will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. I think this one's one of those silly ones where you have to press everything before you can do it, yeah. Because imagine not having the photo before that one. Scared half to death, so ran out to find a copper. You didn't run into the room with your friends. I'm not that sort of girl. Sorry. I'm a timid little thing. I was too scared to go in there. Ah, right. I see. Oh, Lippy and the witch ran in here and I heard a sort of an old lady scream. Oh, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it. I wondered what on earth was going on. Which is when he went to find a policeman. I into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. Brought him straight back to place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, the copper's eyes nearly popped out his head when he saw the Reaper. I felt more comfortable in all my life. Fan was arrested on the spot, I believe. Considering the caliber of killings Reaper carried out, particularly inauspicious end. Can't find any holes in his testimony. The judge will give a ruling of guiltiness in order. The truth of his their combined testimony was fairly damning. Fortunately, they don't see many obvious problems with their statements, do they? Still, if Lord Von Zieks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain. Find something there that doesn't quite add up. I don't think one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know. What I do know is that there's more to this case than has yet to be brought to light. Oh, right, that's this inconsistency, right? Wipe your hand on the floor. Lies. Well, who wants blood on his hand, eh? Horrible stuff, and they might have thought I'd done it. Oh, no tar. You didn't think that might be a problem. It really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss's mess from all of us. Something wrong, Counsel? No, my lord. I don't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor, that's all. Don't come to you for all that, you can't intimidate me. I know what I did. Wiped it off on the floor, that blood. They're really hammering this one in. I wonder exactly what happened. Sparrow, I don't have all the answers yet. I think we may have uncovered a vital clue.
Objection!
Wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Quite sure about that. Well, what else you'd expect me to have done, eh? Does it really
Objection!
matter? Police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. To examine what is exactly the defense asserted. If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Sogi. So there is no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? Handprint and blood left very clear at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Ah. Yes, indeed, and still be a handprint distinct color blood. Ah, you're dead right, that's my right hand. Know it anywhere. What? Give me some of those sandwiches, buddy. People. Witness very definitely testified he wiped his hand on the floor. Well, there's no floor print, you idiot. Tell Scotland Yard about it. The handprints on the back of the board. Irrelevant.
Objection.
Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible witness handprint ended up there. Look at the floor plan of the room. Notice board was in the opposite corner of the room of the victim in an upright position. It somehow been toppled and lying on the floor at the time. Oh my god, it wasn't even a gunshot. Okay, so the thing toppled over. And then that's how he saw the body. Okay, yeah. The notice board was in the top right. Fell over when I came across the body. It was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, defense assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. Take it you formulate a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between witness count and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. Discrepancy between the witness count and the location of the handprint explained by the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. The court can see it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. Witness put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards. What does that tell us? Tell us one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. But I didn't notice anyone moving it, just like in the sandwich one. Everyone's running around the restaurant doing something. Claiming that somebody moved a notice board after the shooting. Can tell the court who? Don't know that yet. Point is, you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we're now very clear on one point, and that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. Counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board is situated?
Take that!
Right here, my lord. Goodness. Oh, no. I'm afraid I don't quite see your logic. Disappointed, Ryunosuke. In Japan, we're taught to have patience and respect for elders. Kazuma is looking like a chump right now. So until his lordship sees your logic, you will know your place and not move from the spot. I don't know if they're trying to make Kazuma look good right now, but he's looking like a chump. Wait, what? Wasn't that spot? Wait, am I dumb? Brilliant Kazuma-san almost sounded unreasonable at first, but he was just thinking of you. Reason we'll try infallible. Wait, was I not close enough? Or I guess it was on the bottom? Rather, I know the board's place. Did I not fucking put it close enough?
Take that!
Maybe I'm the dumb one. Fuck. Okay, maybe I don't understand.
Take that!
It's right there, my lord. Oops, no, another one. Fuck. I'm at that strong. We're going 4 months. I'm about to lose the game here. Thought the board was blocking the body. I have no idea. Alright, fuck it.
Take that!
I'm about to lose. This is the only possible location. Really adjacent to the doorway. The court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier. He said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. But yet, if this board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. I'm trying to see how my way would have worked.
Objection!
Hughes also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true, or his precise words. Just as I picked a firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It's only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. I don't call him to scream, but he was talking about me and no mistake. It was me that kicked the door open. Look at the floor plan. Say what would happen if the door of the room was thrown open with force. Can't. Door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. Klein has told nothing but the truth. He simply described what he saw. Order. Also, as this not come like before and after the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it. I'm trying to figure out how the guy fell on the board. The position where the police, myself, and colleagues saw it investigating the room. So Scotland Yard fucked it up again. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What, me, my lord? Your fellows were there, but it's seen before anybody else. It goes without saying. You must know something about the position and notice board. Witness on stand will testify again. You'll each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Hey, stop looking over your glass at me. You get the message. Scotland Yard. Best police in the world. I don't know anything about that noble sport. I've got my hand on it is all. Now don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. There's a Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Oh, none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witness, and with the only light of the few candles and oil lamp which see, you can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah, I don't pay to expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that destroying the world, that's what I think. Do you, really? In the case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by someone following the incident, makes no difference. The gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. Beric von Ziegson is wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. The defense still wished to cross-examine witness despite the circumstances. Certainly, my lord. Very well, you may proceed, counsel. Only thing about the notice board, wipe my hand on is all. Don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a bystander, just signing at crossroads of life. It's a Reaper, I bet. You got a face that screams bored. Can't see how this changes anything anyway. Detective still died when we heard the gunshot. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, all you heard the loud bang, was it? Maybe the notice board fell over, maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, maybe I did, you son of a bitch, Riddler. Maybe there was no murder, maybe, you don't know. Maybe the day moved forward, maybe the day went backwards. The Reaper's fate sealed either way because of that gunshot we all heard. Or fate sealed too, or is it? Maybe it isn't my fate. That's right, the defense is fated to lose and the prosecution to win. Otherwise, all hinges on that single gunshot. Could just find some flaw in that part of the story. Make it possible. Change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact I heard what I heard, does it? Too much to go on. Pointed out, Mr. Narrowdale. There's no question the notice board was moved, or somebody must have done it. It happened after the event, so maybe Kazma's right, and it's not relevant to the case. It seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view. You're sure that there's some deeper significance to all this. Yes, I know what you mean. I'm glad there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track. I can feel it. All your instincts are right there.
Hold it!
It was the board you wiped your bloody hand on. Better, that's what sort of made it, sir. Plain as day for all to see. A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the nose board and pushed it to the corner, did you? Oh no, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful, well-nurtured man? Or do you see anybody else moving the board? Got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. There's a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. Precious little light inside either. Bottom lip is all a quiver. Notion beats don't sound like 12 months preggers. In other words, this witness is unable to give a definitive testimony at that point. Yes, so it would seem. Right, ask her.
Hold it!
Say you were doing business with them. You're selling them fireworks, right? There's one thing you haven't done. Oh, I would get all of them. Sandwich, Venus. Gossip. Sogi. Very cute. Oh, right, that guy. Daily Vigil. No one knows where it is. Evil Vigils. Evie Vigil, sir. Evil. Gregson. You're in business, I only mean you're selling them fireworks. Yeah, what else? There's a priory school just around the corner, see? Cheeky little so-and-so's got a plan to blow up their school to Kingdom Come. I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have. Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, teachers take all the fireworks off them. Then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes teachers give me a little bonus thank for letting them know. Busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. No, bomb! Get down! No, get down!
Excuse me!
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich. If I said it was, could we leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Miss Venus' statement now brings some of the mind, perhaps. Philosophical fonts, yes. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without bad an eye, Riddler time, alright. Telling barefaced lies is kinda my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Damn you, Riddler! Am I lying or am I not lying? Damn you! Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Damn you, Riddler! Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? Liar! Not entirely sure, to be honest. I don't understand. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying. Are you? Or maybe she isn't. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? She's evil. Keep on like that. And now wrap your whole body in firecrackers to set him off. I'll give you some of the tremble about Monk's bomb girl. Startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Elaborate, please, sir. Oh, Blabbermouth, you're headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him too. That's right. The rotten eye over there. Hey. What poor people is gonna be dead after the case. Terrible shame. You mean to say? Thought you didn't betake yourself to the scene of crime after all. What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? But is she a liar? I don't know! Yes, you mentioned it, but is that a lie? That revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew Firecracker was packing such a punch? Didn't you visit the scene of crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. Suppose perhaps... I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Or you clearly remember it or you don't. Oh, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Yeah, I did sneak along behind gossip about a little room where it all happened. Hold it! Like a habit of lying to you, Miss Venus. Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. On my advice, I'd take everything as a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room when the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. I think of anything more terrifying than the truth, please. Alright, just a bit then. I mean, girl Maya, just curious about stuff, you know. Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there's a dead body in the floor. The truth, please. Oh, she probably took some fireworks away. Alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there's anything I could say. So I did a place to do her. There was nothing to write home about. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Alright then, I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us. You did move that board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft barn pot. I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So you find anything then? Anything I might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky in my imagination. The truth now. Might have found this old pocket watch under the nose board, I suppose. A bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it? You. Anyway, me right knew where you are. That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case solved 10 years ago. Bester case, no doubt. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he's waiting for Grub to come to the pub. Let me guess, there's gonna be a bullet in it. I see. I swept it off, and once Blimey was upset, gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. I meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez that night to see how much it was worth. The old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. Alright, here we go. You should have lifted it. Alright, let's see. Open it up and see a bullet. Watch must be submitted as evidence once. Oh, please, just... So long, you promised to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you to get your grubby mitts on it again. It's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. Glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Gregson's pocket watch. Well, it will appear the mystery of the moving notice board had been solved, at least. Glass over the face really badly cracked. Look, what a shame. The inspector clearly looked after so carefully. Much Miss Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, should think so. He's very adept at things like this. Just a man to have around with that. Can't remember he's a great detective now, odd job, man. Oh, that stupid doll. Little step sticking out of this hole here, look. So it must have been a little knob or something after setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such care of this watch, probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course, which would mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Yeah, there it is. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can't you see? Yes, it's probably for the winder used on the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, I think. Yes, you need just right to key and wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? It's not a bit like a key about the right size fit in this hole. Wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully what we already found. Got to redo it again. Maybe a new time. I'm gonna turn it out again. That, do you think? Perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch. Yes, could be. Try it once, not a moment to lose. Perfect fit. Look, Inspector's watch started going again, so it's obviously just not been wound up, that's all. Where's Mr. Sowell? The watch isn't actually broken after all. Feeling could have profound implications. Okay, later, it's Armstrong with 31 months. He's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. Predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. I'm just a bystander, may crossroads of life.
Hold it!
You did go to see what happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street's my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So you did go see what happened. Not the destination that's important, it's how you get there, isn't it? You noticed the notice board in the room. You think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Fucking Riddler! Riddler! Both different members of the Simon family. I will strangle you. So if I spotted, I might have tried to trip it out of a sense of rivalry, admit. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo sapiens. Does that mean you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. Back to Riddler. In which case, just who was responsible for moving the notice board? It's Reaper, he's got a face that screams bored. What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now, don't tell me you not notice. Looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. Not notice board's one thing he likes, you can see it in his eyes. Can't say I ever noticed. Try one thing for free though, I never took my eyes off the man on the floor or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry. Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like that might do if you look away, do you? You didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. I doubt I can. The Reaper did nothing of the sort. I can swear to that. Couldn't have missed it. You'd heaved the thing up right again and dragged it into a corner. Right, glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored and put your paint castle on?
Hold it!
Something else changes. Oh, this changes.
Hold it!
How did you do that? Pretty sure I present clock from the last one.
Hold it!
Certainly know how to lie. Oh, it was nothing really. Just a little porky, with so little implications. Did you know everything in the world apart from the truth is a big fat lie? Riddler, if you believe that, of course. I'm lost. As am I. This desecration of truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness.
Objection!
TS, I'm getting bodied right now. Yeah, I will look. Give me 1 second. How bad could it be? You guys are like, no sir, don't look. Damn it, why didn't you guys say no sir, don't look? Why couldn't you be the doctor? It's like you see a mangled corpse and you're like, no, or you're like trying to push the relatives away. You don't want to see them like this, sir. Let me see the corpse. Let me see it. Let me see it. You pushing me away. Let me fucking see him. Just like a car crash or something. Let me see him. What do you mean I can't see the body? Let me see him, Pepe Hands. No, let me see him. I want to look. Sam found his key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. Key. Having wound the pocket watch, we discovered it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises where the entire case has been built. What? Order, but counsel! Watch is stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that is shown on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Yeah, mad. Even if that's true, 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when the crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Quite what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, they wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, we wouldn't expect the watch to be completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Aye. Explain it then. In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. Ooh, you can't mean. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order, counsels was extraordinarily claimed.
Objection!
Can I look at the TSM game yet, or are you guys gonna push me away and say, you shouldn't look, sir, don't remember them like this? Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. Let me see it! Let me see it! You guys are blocking the door, let me see it! The car crash, train crash, plane crash, let me look! Let me see him! Claim he was already dead the night before. Well, they think Scotland Yard's corner will overlook something like that. Well, on that subject, something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. Convenient. Time of death is not noted. Ah, that's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried, it was fresh. Catches on fast, doesn't he? The blood could be explained in any number of ways. Could have put there afterwards. Some fresh blood would have been poured over the victim's body.
Objection!
Does my learned friend think fresh blood is available on every street corner? Why does he say learned friend? What the hell? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. They're so incompetent! Problem is currently being researched. Present, you are correct, is beyond our abilities. And a chicken's blood would have been used, for example. Now he's using Van Zeke's vocabulary, yeah. Certainly a possibility it wasn't Inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
Gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. It's beyond question. Is it though? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realm possibility what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh please, what are you trying to say? All we know is what you heard. A loud bang came from that there room. Oh, you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. Not your ears, sir, but you can stay with certainty that you heard a noise. Okay. Explain yourself then, counsel. Oh, it sounds like a gunshot could have been made with.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these fake gunshot. Waste very fireworks that are sold by a witness. Hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? Pretty little firecrackers will make a little pop anyway, see? Here's some muscle. Let me see it then! Let me see the game! Let me see it! Let me see the game! You guys fucking are like blocking me from seeing the accident, scene of the accident. You guys are like tackling me. Let me see! Let me fucking look! Let me fucking see. I just want to see TSM one last time. Damn you people, let me look! Not 102, I've been a special set for 600 pennies, sounds like this. Damn you, let me look! Bang. Is that what happened to TSM? Bang. Court can now attest, sounds very much like a gunshot in fact. Trend suggests that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. Suggests that somebody new to defend was in the room at 5 that day. Sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
Even the accused himself has testified he saw no one else in the room at the time. It was a gunner. Firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barrack Von Zeeks. One whiff of a match, my firecrackers go pop. See, it's why people like them. Fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently during my time here in Britain, I've learned a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Well, this allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruto, I worry that your unfortunate phrase in there may lead to yet another international incident. Oh no, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. Time device. Yes, exactly. Time device. Some of that nature could have been planted at the scene. Twice I was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit left. Extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. Proof you have to suggest anyway a time device will put the gunshot sound. Thing about the TSM thing. Let me see the corpse, and you guys are like, no sir. What do you mean, no sir? Let me fucking see it. Have I actually looked at this? Oh, it's just picture.
Take that!
Suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device. I think so, my lord. Become increasingly clear. Let me fucking see that. Damn you. Let me see the body. Damn you people. Damn you people. We've all been very misguided here. And Montgomery, Sir Song, welcome at 22 months. Let me see it!
Objection!
Yes, by you. What? I just want to see them one last time. God, so time has come for a penalty without delay. Oops, fuck. The music even stopped. Okay, I got debated. Time to clear the area for a blast. Let's see. And I'm losing in this game too. Is it the candles? Fuck, I'm about to lose. When I get a retry, I'm pretty sure I don't even think I need to do this. I don't know what game they started allowing retries. When you fuck up. Can't believe TSM's done too.
Take that!
Oh, there we go. Court has already discussed the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Dude, because it was struck by the bullet which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible, why? Because of the scorching. The gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. Oh, goodness. Yes, but it's not the case. Also, scorch marks on the victim around the bullet entry wound. That's right, there was, as we heard earlier. Scorching like that only occurs when the target's at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Ah. Which means that the scorch on a candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. Or suggesting it came from the fireworks. That cannot be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorch on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or put another way, candle and firecrackers are joined together. Wow, elaborate. Culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point halfway down the candle. After the killer left the scene, while the Riddler fucking set up, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two. But eventually it ignited a fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And I'm assuming he planted the diary. Alright, for 5 p.m. Outside, the 3 witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. This implies the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses. All of us saw the victim going in the building, remember? Oh, I couldn't forget that flame colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 50 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely wearing the red hairpiece. So what else do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick, in other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. sarcasm. Really quite amazed you've come this far. After all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Also, the lack of a time and depth in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. To be fair, Scotland Yard is dropping the ball right now, left and right. Order, Prosecutor Sogi. What on earth do you mean by that statement? You guys are just as bad as us. Alright. Hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are here present to observe this trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. Defense assertion with the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture, but while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, was Inspector Gregson doing? Where did he go the day before the incident? Do you know? Inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Within the Yard, however, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, so it's fair apparently to what the case man was pursuing, wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case might have been investigating here. I agree, surely. My Lord Defense believes it can explain the court. The case will be investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument on the court. What evidence suggested of the case being investigated by the Inspector the day of the incident must be this, right?
Take that!
Can't say find your answers today. Oh no, I lose! Let me restart. Other than perhaps it is utterly wrong. That much you have clarified most expertly. What? Soon I have to do the other one. Congratulations, Reno Skinaldo. It's a reward for the excellent display. It was probably the other picture. Okay. That will do. I believe I have heard quite enough evidence for an unbiased and you son of a bitch! This is a closed trial. Findings of this court will not be disclosed to the public. However, this will be the very last time Reaper stands in this or any other courtroom. But, my lord, wait! Beric von Zieks, in accordance with the findings of this court, I pronounce you guilty. Alright, retry. That is all. Court is adjourned. Without having the TSM Pepe hands. Is this over? Let me see the body, damn you.
Take that!
Oops, that's not it either. You just struck home on me, my friend. I think Mr. Naruto that there's one particular piece of evidence. It really does stand on show what case Inspector Gregson is investigating. I don't have the answer now, right? Oh, fuck yeah, okay.
Take that!
Oops. Fuck, are you shitting me? I'm just getting shit on this case. Using fascinating TSM now.
Take that!
Now do the vigil. Fuck, I've already lost again. You don't even let me explain. Oh, I've lost the plot.
Take that!
Read this red herpes points to the answer. Might assume that was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not such brightly colored hairpiece will only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, it's quite true. Would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd of sap, that is. A crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. Yeah, sure, what on earth's his bother? There's such an extraordinary league of gentlemen. Red-Headed League's come on an investigation for a grand deception. Deception? What nature, Council? They've been targeting red-headed men all across London, tricking them out of small sums of money. And 2 men were arrested for misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads. Yeah, 2 people at the starter level. Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, very likely had direct contact with these criminals. Quite possible such contact led to more serious events. I concur, we can all in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Why down narrow Hodo? Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. Prosecutors make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Professor Sogi. Yeah, it's the idiots from the start of it. Once, my lord. Very good. Well, a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. The Pusher Monkus. I'll do another one. It still makes Case 2 terrible. Like, even like story-wise, like in almost every way, Case 2 is like one of the worst cases in the series. But the Pusher Monkus, the Pusher Monkus. So we did all that stupid case investigating work just to traumatize the 15-year-old. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m. Old Bailey's defendant chamber. There you are, Odo. Tap you, my dear fellow. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. Sure about what you said in there. The boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty odd to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by Revelation 2, Gina. No, the case 2 of the first game. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, case 2 of the first game is probably one of the worst in the series, and it gets worse and worse the more plot points that are disregarded. I was more shocked than all of you put together. It's autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose it is a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in the mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Seif. I know anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zieks discovered his body, Patrick Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come on, think of it. You got trouble with those League men, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, naturally I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My newfound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. That's St. Massey on the line, scent of deception, I suppose. Two criminals in question up here we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? Mr. Sholmes is sweet on me. That's right, Susan. It was me what took him in. Thanks to tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's gonna be that pair on the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Well, the inspector had been investigating him. Likely explanation would be Gregson's own slew foundation was piqued by the rare scent of weekly 4-pound income. Don't time with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well, and there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Von Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Von Zieks, and Kazuma. Here's how you know we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellows. So you guys say this game was supposed to be a trilogy, right? I'm assuming the games would have been horrific, because like, first game is just setup, and then what, is the second game going to be Filler City? Like, yeah, I would not be able to do Von Zieks as prosecutor for like 11 cases in a row. Recess will be over very shortly. Yeah, you're right. The second game would have been fucking drip feed and everything. Kazuma's determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. Determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it he's hoping to make me see, I wonder. I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. You ready, Mr. Sato? Yes. Second November, 1 p.m. The old Baylor Court. I mean, the problem with the first game is you don't even know shit about Von Zieks. Like, there's a lot of like random plot threads that are just dangled. Yeah, Von Zieks might as well be a meme in the first game. I don't think you get like any info about him aside from he hates Japanese. Your Majesty, the Queen are about to declare this court to be in session again. Soon the closed courtyard of Barak Von Zieks here, president who stands accused of murder. Professor Zoe. Summon the witnesses as requested. Yes, 2 members of Red-Headed League who plan to carry out the deception. Arrived not long ago from local prison by police carriage. Very good. I don't even know how well Spirit of Justice sold. Bailiff, I sure 2 men in the courtroom, but I'm pretty sure all the games have sold pretty meh since the original trilogy. These 2 men are currently being held by police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupation, state your names now for the court. I am a Fabien de Rousseau, a descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice, France. Is it Nice? Ugh, I forgot how to say that city name in France. I'm not fucking French enough. Nice, okay. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. Third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. 2 men first became acquainted in a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsk are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with the noble blood? Yes, being born rich, you don't have to fight for anything terrible. So boring. Alas, I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception being carried out. Well, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals of the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, Capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Hey, Che, will you tell me when you're gone? The anecdotes and then viva. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this Capo. And secondly, we're not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Geppetto, there it is. The Capo's trump card, the furrow of the brow. It is deeper, Capo, the furrow, the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. Exactly what was the nature of this deception? Why did you plan to defraud? Alas, I will explain it. No, Capo, leave it to me. As you see, we both have vivid red hair now, the red hair gang. At school, we were teased for this without pity or we're the victims. We were the victims. Capo here was many times behind the schoolhouse crying like the Trevi Fountain. Whereas those dogs one day will to respect us redheads. Just like in South Park. Every night he buries a head in his pillow and bien Peppino enough. I'll explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est ça. I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And if you satisfy the interview panel or admitted to the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4, the Red-Headed League. Dates specified, red-headed hopefuls gather in droves at parks specified in the advertisement. Each person present is partook an application fee of 5 shillings. What the hell? And with this money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. To be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish not to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a coster's orange barrel. The day which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face-to-face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see the rest of my life. See, and now every time I see a Capo, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Wow. Very good. So, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. Man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. I don't recall the man in this photograph, Capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, he is dead now. I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, the victim has nothing to do with us, I see. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Gregson was the weakest of us. Given sworn testimony, this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park, this I can promise. Must be noted you have been arrested for a grand deception, however, accordingly. This court has little confidence in your assurances. Wow, what is attitude? We are getting nowhere, huh? It's really a sulking now. confidential document obtained directly from Scotland Yard. Records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover. I'm not sure of his YouTube pic, but Phoenix Wright is, yeah, decently popular, but I have no idea. I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day of question I. That is ridiculous. There's no question. Inspector Graystone's desk in the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Our defense may proceed with cross-examination now. Yes, my lord. Man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 Red-Headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day.
Hold it!
The two brothers, like, I like the design of the Skalkin brothers, but they were such a waste of time. Like, that case is atrocious because the court isn't split and they're just standing there the entire time. 1,000 people, that's a very big crowd. It was a spectacle. Redheads had come from all over the capital. See, the capo here, he has a magnificissimo animale. Nobody else could attack so many people. If I could be born again, I'd be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino, the £4 per week. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally for all 1,000 applicants? Oui, that's we did, because every one of them paid 5 shillings. We take their names and take their money, we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take some days to let them know by post el finito, maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning, we stop late in the night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? Fuck it, let's go. Small fortune. Would have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with. Stop making fun of the redheads, Peppins. They're good people. They're just victims. One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. But I don't recall the man in the photograph, couple. Doesn't look at all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig guy. He's trying to trick us, not like the people who are trying to trick other people. Says the con artist. Between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. Would it be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face? No, signore, it may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not gonna give the court a definite, it seems. Hey, Capo, you didn't see a man like this, No, I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now. I assure you he was not in the park. Hold it! According to what you've said, you spoke of 1,000 more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive eye, but not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then he's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have gave us, maybe we'd recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We're sure of that fact. If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. As I said, these two had only been shown the photograph and told nothing else at all. What if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? I certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. What if I told you man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? You remember man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips anymore as the caviar and smoked salmon. Or is that spaghetti? Me, I love the spaghetti. Really, I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again. Our victim nothing to do with us.
Hold it!
Those fish and chips. Maybe I have to press the other ones. I'd certainly appreciate that just knowing the man with red hair wouldn't help you remember this situation. I told you man in red hair piece is actually a detective. Spans the photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice and appeared suspicious, decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. How is that one the one that they get, but not the fish and chips one?
Excuse me!
How many fucking redheads in town walk around with fish and chips that are like infinitely responsive on the ad, Mr. DeRossi? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Yeah, what did he say? Job about the detective. Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Order. Explain this fault face in your testimony, witness. The simple man who was at the park said to us he was an inspector. There is no such man. Mondai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten I have forgotten nothing. That nobody likes this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not food, the memory, and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one's are faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
French being snobs, damn you French. Yeah. Must have seen Godfather. Trust heart. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Oui, there is a man who came to the park and said he was inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. Or resemblance whatsoever then, well. Anyway, it's not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a no-nonsense eye. But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Hector Capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a feet to recognize another eye. I'm no after announcer as a detective. Became very annoying. You said you were under investigation. Oops, wrong fucking voice. I took his papers from me and chased him out of the park. It's fantastic. Oh look, here's the identification. The fuck, you stole it from the man. Yeah, I had it coming. He made us very scared. It was not us who he said he was. The person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would, however. I believe a proof for these identifications be entered into evidence. Gimme. Oh, I like them. Inspector's identification. Let us return to the witness testimony. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. It definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me, but no. Department identification number details are all correct as well, so why not we know those? I mean to say, I know it seems incredible, but yes. This is genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard, but that's unbelievable. It's the real thing after all. Turn to witness testimony. Not to answer for Pepino's fault, we got caught in the first place.
Objection!
Yeah, just tell him his name. Number of ways you say yada yada. That's right, my lord. Yeah, number of ways. Okay. I'll just press the rest.
Hold it!
Just press the other one too.
Hold it!
Was it this one you get the extra bonus? Let me see. So I appreciate just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember this situation. What if I told you the man's name was Gregson? The man's photograph is a Monsieur Gregson. Yes. Names they are born, I did not listen to any of them. Oh. It was not a real interview, it was just for a show, why would I remember the names? That's right, this changes nothing as the man's photograph is not there, we have already said. I see. Oh, it seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further. Tell them again what you said before, Peppino. Si, capo, si, I say it again and again. Allora, the victim has nothing to do with us. Only have your word for that. See, but what else can we do, True. Uffa, we're not having much fun these days. First we arrest it, then we are shown the horrible picture of a dead man. Question every single thing we say, we are the victims here. Aye, Capo, no. You were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people. You had to bring that up, aye? It's not fair. Aye, Capo.
Hold it!
To answer for Peppino. We got caught because we... What do you mean by that? Cavolo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo? After we had taken all the money that day, we should have left the country. That was my plan. I left the purchasing of the tickets for the ferry to Dunkirk to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Peppino. See, what easy mistake to make, the first of the thirst. Oof, I have no sympathy for you. We are all day late for the boat because of your stupidity, and only because of this that the so-called great red-headed detective caught us. Capo, you know what I think. This is the work of God, is a holy punishment, aye. Peppino, for the last time. This is not only punishment, this your own fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger. Maybe I make a mistake when it's time to eat the pasta known as a fasta. Seeing the evidence. Tell us much we already know, Handy. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, if it wasn't the inspector's diary, it seems like they must have gone to Lime Street that day. Yet these two both claim they didn't see him. I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies. Well, they're experts in deception, don't forget. Sound and plausible is their specialty. Maybe lions simply avoid being implicated in this case as well. Sure, if they're truly expert in deception, they wouldn't have been caught. Oh yes, you do have a point there. Saying me like this, we need more information. Definitely.
Hold it!
Fuck, what do I do now? Let me see.
Objection!
This is sort of weird. They introduce their own evidence, implicates it. Whenever I ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why, Miss Lestrade? What is your intention, your counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification to be stolen. Hold it. That is the boss's, no question about it. Can't be. As I suspected, the undercover detective attended Red-Headed League's enrollment the day in question. What is the real Inspector Gregson? Carrying out an incognito investigation. Zoo la loss! Order! But the boss's identification stolen. He would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, you'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically, aye? What are you saying? Unable to, you're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Order! Fence posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Yeah, okay, I'm the victim. I know nothing, yeah, I done nothing. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Well, now I wish I did turn to Italian, yeah. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Luna, stop your whining, stop talking. Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story in considerably greater detail. I know nothing, wow, I done nothing, wow. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome, death. Yeah. Well, dry your eyes and testify again. What these identification pages, precise circumstances under which you came by him. Yeah. Crying out loud. Detective identification. This is true, face. We took him prisoner, kept him for night as a secret hideout. What the fuck? Uh-oh. No, double executed. Even though I didn't think he was real detective, I was scared to let him go that day. Just in case. We took man's identification from him, shot him in the room next to ours. Wait, I'm questioning what the fuck's going on here. So it might have been his little tussle, but we did him no harm. The next morning we let him go. Spent the night in a nice room. It's not like a prison, really. Why did they give us his fucking book? This is outrageous. You imprisoned a man. No, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Aye, capo. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. Oof, that's all. You think it was my fault, just because I got the day of the ferry wrong. The one leader there, I do not think is your fault, people. I know it. No, per favor, capo. It is not affair. Plenty of time for squabbling back at prison, gentlemen. You're gonna be hung for this. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Also, for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in his pair's hideout. Why did the pair show the stupid documents to us? Like, the evidence was only given to us by them. Definitely an investigation. Yeah, these two would hang. They're too stupid. It's Two-Face took him prisoner, kept him United's secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he'd be a detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. Took the man's identification from him, shot him up in the room next 2 hours. So there might have been a little tussle, we didn't know harm. Next morning we let him go. Spent the night in a nice room, not like a prison really, well.
Hold it!
What do you mean by a little tussle, exactly? Buffy was nothing just a minor incident. Also, Inspector, a piece of the work, capo. What happened? Ufa was a disaster. We give him nice room, and what does he do, in the middle of the night? Tries to escape through the ventilator. We blame him. We chased him, bien sûr, and we caught him again. You blame us. Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Due to what you think we are, of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRoss, is something wrong? Hi, me. Just because someone goes to a vent doesn't mean he's an imposter. He was clean in the vent. Something Mr. DeRosa just said make you, that seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was all that about? Capo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. I speak from personal experienza. Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. 2 years the night before, but Red-headed leaked plan into action. I was so scared. Not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. Capo, you came after me like a turbine now. He dragged me back to that kicking and screaming. Have the bruises to prove it, Capo. Bruises, you say? You want to see my fantastical bruises? Oh, what the fuck? Does he get beat by the other guy at this point? That's enough for now, Peppy. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do? Show you I don't. Show you or I don't. You do now. Lord, if everyone wants to see, then I do it. It's the same mark as the other guy. Very visible, That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the capo sometimes very rough, and I said that's enough. Pino's neck has nothing to do with that. What are you talking about here? You have my word. Yes, that was your opinion, counsel. Not this red ring around DeRosa's neck. I wonder. Does it matter? Mr. DeRosa, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony of details about the mark on your neck. Hi, Capo, you see, everyone needs interest in what I have to say. Very well, you amend your testimony as requested to Mr. DeRosa. See if you really want to know. Tried to escape, but the capo put the collar on him, dragged him back like he did to me, see? Yeah, we figured out who had the thing. It was the other guy.
Hold it!
He doesn't have that mark, but the other guy does. See, the red mark was caused by. See, a big collar made from the leather. A leather collar. Is this true, Mr. DeRusso? But we had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger. A souvenir from that time was a very strong chain. Strong chain, and you put that around your friend's neck. I'm sorry, I was so angry that he was leaving me alone. Did not have to tie the chain to the leg of a bed, though. I would not have tried to run again. You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you? Treat the people equally. It's capo here's motto, eh? Starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden. Capo is a tough. It's a capo is a rough. I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning when you released the Inspector. Yeah, the red ring around his neck, just like a me. Peppino, s'il vous plaît, leave it now. Now, you know, the capo here, you don't want a tango for mine, but for the Inspector, he's not so bad.
Objection!
The day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, he was not like that, hardly a prison, it was an invitation to stay, it was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? Just go look close at the photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You'll see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was just me who took the collar off the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck just like I have. Given the mark is so clearly visible on the witness's neck, especially bruising on the victim was put on the collar more recently than Mr. Rossi. Indeed, that most peculiar. What did I tell you, we say this from the beginning. Many times, Oui, Peppino is right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man I captured that night. These two will be hung. Don't worry, there'll be someone joining them. You was okay. Order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park of Limes supposing becoming an inspector saw Inspector Gregson at all. That's true, however. How do you explain the inspector's identification? It's a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such a warrant from the inspector. Prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed league in his diary for that day. It certainly means he can't divorce two events completely. A broken at Armstrong will point 43 months. Inconsistency noted by defense most troubling if a real inspector gets from these two red-headed gentlemen encountered. But no bruising can be surrounded Actifies explanation. Equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how that person managed to be in possession of the real inspector's identification. Defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel. Thing defies explanation. Precisely these occasions, we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Ardo, because those are facts. Facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. When they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record. Gracious! Very tantalized, Mr. Naruto. Why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you apparently see? Who exactly was his inspector appeared, Mr. Rousseau and Mr. Rossi? Now it seems incredible, I admit. The undeniable facts point to only one thing. No bruising can be seen on the victim's neck. The person who these two red-end men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street? Found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification. You see, it is alright. You tell the same story every time whoever this man was, so the capo dragged him from pillar to post with a dog collar. Oh, gee, Peppino, I was not harsh as you say, Who was that false inspector? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. The true identity man these two imprisoned that night. Also ask counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park? Let's see.
Take that!
Are we really gonna murder another poor person? Maybe we should like fix society, but bucket hang another poor person. He's poor, he's evil, sir. Damn East End people. They all probably should be hung, sir. But another poor person. But the rabble, what about rabble rights? Damn you, another East End person. Alright, next guy in the gallows. Why don't we just kill all the East End people then? Fuck it, since they're always the bad guys. Damn you people. Poor, poor people. Goodness me, isn't that? One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. Nameless man whose only occupation appears peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
Wonder if what a street seller be doing a police inspection identification papers. Witnesses, is this the man or not? What is happened to his lip? I got punched. Poof. Hey, see, it's not the man red-headed guy. You're looking for the twisted lip leak, no? Oh ho ho. Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems a probable yes, one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Hey. What? How did you not notice? Vance demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Order, order, bailiff! Bring your aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately. You guys keep killing people from the East End. Damn you people. Just because they're poor doesn't mean they die. Well, I never. Deniable ring of bruising indeed. You guys only care about the nobles. Damn you people. They're identical to that of the witness beside him. What's going on here? Oh, is that just me? It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. I am somewhat about the inspector again. I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? It's... Maybe he likes wearing a dog collar, you know? Like, are we really gonna judge him? Have we not learned anything from Alan Turing, Pepe Hens? Maybe he just likes certain stuff, but... You guys fucking judge a man for wearing the dog collar. Alright, we're gonna need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRusso, Mr. Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Don't we have any choice? You're gonna be a job, eh, Capo? Quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Inspector identification revisited. The man who claimed to the inspectors that there was definitely not this man. He's right, see? You think we'd forget those guy in the leap, sir? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Look at me, eh? Does it look like I'd carry a disguise with a face like this? Certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you? There is no need for this pointless testimony. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember. Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by? Police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... Oh, a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be on something? Stand steadfast at your side as always, Mr. Naruto. Badge identification revisited. I claim the inspectors that they're definitely not this man. That's right, see, you think we'd forget those Grand Leaps, Never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in Red-Headed League. Although in the world me no kinfolk enough how to be involved in something like that. Look at me, eh? Does it look like I carry off a disguised face like this?
Hold it!
Maybe you could say with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip. Perhaps if I was going to stick some big facial one to cover up this fine specimen. I'd end up looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I? Pardon, I assure you my lips are entirely unremarkable. I'd ask you not to cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction. Sorry, my lord. Imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Getz did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. Perhaps he was hiding something himself. Barely hidden a crumb of mustache that size. Anyways, he did actually spoke he had no facial hair at all. So you see, Capo is alright. He was a clean shaven. Oh, it certainly seemed beyond realms possibility this witness could have disguised himself as the victim. It does, and it is. Testimonies in. Alright, what's your feeling, Mr. Nardo? Well, Mr. Gossip says that it would all been impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise. Perhaps yes. Nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. Thought I could have won Mr. DeRosa suffered, yes, it's true. Why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? So, you'd heard of Red-Headed League, had you? Don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, it's my business to know what's going off in town. So that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? As you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it in any case. Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sitting off on some other part of town. No sir, not likely. So.
Excuse me!
Mr. DeRosa. Yeah, can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words and nurse now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. The headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. Visited an outside agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying the money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip, if I was an agent. He had some kind of contract in his and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. Never left Fresno Street, me, like I said before, you mistake me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, Capo is I remember that too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes. Like I said, wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tell you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is a huge boon, obvious fact. Better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No. Honestly, at this point, Van Zeeks would be declared innocent and we'd be trying this guy. Peddler tidbits information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Oh, indeed, it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. What? The aforementioned name was redacted from all court records of this trial, soon no objections. What the fuck? Sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. I never in what capacity, Christ, are you asleep this case? Damn you, Judge, huge bone. Huge boon, I mean. Just the name of lease order of the room. Wow, we don't have to present evidence. Let me put it very simply. Victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, aye. So your real name is Huge Boon. Just speaking of us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down back street townhouse. You do. Once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Why, I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Aye, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Sink again, the Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? I do not believe in a perjury. It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a bit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Update your testimony includes this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. These soldiers Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. I read the rumor fellows found true. What difference does it make? Are you serious?
Hold it!
So, you live in that room presumably, do you? I don't live there. What do you think? If there's no bed, is there? It's just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Well, I don't think I should have to say, really. Where's this guy last seen? What's up with that woman? Is she amnesia? What about the notice board in there? Which is covered from top to bottom with confidential documents only the police should have access to. That board's not mine. Inspector must have brought it along. It's only other bits and bobs that belong to me. Desk and chair and that. People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there in your room? Obviously, I've not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest. Assuming it's the gossip, so Mr. Boone, rather as little known about his room as possible for some reason. I guess it does come across that way more importantly. Knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things particular. One part of his testimony is really bothering me now. So I'm finally gonna undo this man.
Objection!
I guess this is for later. Give the notice board.
Objection!
We already talked about the notice board. Playground's being suspicious, sorry, counsel. I can't see why. But, you know, just playing devil's advocate. Yes, you do appear to have something the devil needs to know. And ready to dish out penalties. Sorry, I fucking press right. Oh, there we go.
Objection!
Okay. You have no kinfolk, as you put it. Then explain why is it among the sparse furnishings found this photograph in the room. Assume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Well. Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the crew exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. Don't really need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth about this man's life has no bearing on this case. It's simply not possible you impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Look at the man. I'm out of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying Mr. Boone's look is very prominent indeed. What if this was the disguise? Consider the possibility that his prominent look itself is part of an elaborate disguise. And hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Witness, are you still in the truth from this court? Hang him. Finish him. Sir, that's his disguise and underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. Really only one person it could really be. My lord, defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Finish him, but his wife will leave him. So be it. You guys say poor people have no rights, and so be it. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of gossip on the street? Stop it, sir. His wife will divorce him. Stop it, sir. No! Stop it! Celtic Guardian. Finish him. No!
Take that!
But his wife was the only thing he had left going for him, you fools! Her real name's actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? It's Daily Vigil. No! His wife will leave him. I don't recall that name. Counsel, was this Mr. Vigil? Alright, we never actually did. He been kind yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Hillock Sholmes. A young gentleman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. Oh, and he was gone for a day because he was stuck in... He got collared by those guys for whatever sex games they do. Open in his photograph, in fact, this is Miss Vigil. What? What I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by two red-headed league men. Yep, trapped in a dungeon for collar. Last night you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in his trial, because he'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, Mr. Sandwich, are all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. I don't have the first idea what I'm talking about, really. Simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. Oh, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a wash bowl at once. Mr. DeRusso, Mr. DeRosso, restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. No, stop. Now his wife will be like, Pepe Hens. I loved you, Frank. It's Daily. Frank. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your filthy face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct, all been very elaborate deception. Witnesses tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red Eddy League enrollment, the man claiming him Inspector Gregson appeared before Mr. Darus and Mr. Ross in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, rather? Was you posing as the inspector, no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as chief warder at Barsley Prison. Chief warder, then your career had promised. Why would you quite possibly become the future governor of the prison? What on earth have you been doing peddling to the hotel on Fresno Street? He was fired, you idiot. Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? Yeah, now has motive. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I'm Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barsley Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Huge Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. I'm the victim! Damn you people! All you rabble in the court and the gallery, I'm the victim! I deserve more! Alright, begin the sad music. As you say, it was 10 years ago now my employment as Barsley's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. Desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. My wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains you are the chief warder at Barsley Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at a bank under the name of Huge Boone. Rented out the cheapest room I could find in Fresno Street. Scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Played so much I could emerge every morning at 8 as squalid as a peddler. And transfer myself back every evening at 5 in a well-dressed man about town before returning home. Quickly became my daily routine. Seems expensive to do, but I guess like some panhandlers actually do make good money. It's puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. That explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. Couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. Instead, I decided to conceal occupation from them. Yes. Made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. How many tidbits of information you sell passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece? Couldn't hope to match the salary I must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true, to keep your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. Wow. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson, what on earth? Some years after I invented Boone and began my life as a street seller, he, the inspector, that has recognized me one day. You mean to say, the victim was an acquaintance of yours? You know, from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was so deeply troubled for me and my family. From that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with an increasing regularity. And one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. Secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Always man that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit or exceeds tomorrow, make a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. Those occasions. He would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. For those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard Inspector willingly relinquished identification in your care for intent to deceive. That I'm sure I need not point out. Very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? Truthfully, do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Time he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. Gave someone a second office for him. So in fact, the person declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and then went uninstructed to the park armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it seems this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Spoke myself, Prosecutor Sogi. My learned friend's assertion is as follows: the victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. Hands of those two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. Sure, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Réponse, for proving it. Order, order! To it would appear we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. Witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven somewhat ironically by the defense. Hereby call an end to the cross-examination. Finn.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness, Casimir. The question, counsel, concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at the very significant execution was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of Professor Genshin Asobi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Answer me, man. One moment, counsel, is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Casimir, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Well, Casimir, so one of his activists are Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago. About the tale of Genshin Asogi's last months, his own father. I know, I do understand that. Even so, as a prosecutor Sogi, you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death. I need you to trust me, please. Very well, then the defense has no objection. I see, in that case, you will answer the question, witness. What happened 10 years ago? Get the water board, sir. Truth is, I remember very little of just fucking torturing. Very little of that time. You've forgotten. I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. For some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. That certainly is strange, Mr. Naruto. Sorry. 10 years ago is 10 years is a long time, but you have forgotten the reason why your life such an important job is. You're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The spirits are fragile things broken all too easily, which is why I have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit. Afraid I don't understand what you mean. We experience pain and suffering and we feel unable to feel. We block it out, obliterate from our memories, steal it away. What truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. When they do, that fragile spirit will probably be crushed. Here we go. Must be crushed and so be it. Because truth will not stay buried, it's coming out one way or another. Now I understand, it's clear what his intentions are. He needs to expose the truth at any cost. After I point out the contradiction of what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I? Should I present the evidence or not, fucker? Sir, you're crazy. I have no idea how this is gonna go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to take a look. Evidence of clearly contradicts the original events. You could technically not remember, but I guess I will jog his memory.
Take that!
A few moments ago, you made the following statement. Resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Ah, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post chief order of your own volition. Well, yes. Of course, just let him have his honor. His wife's gonna leave him. His kids are gonna leave him. Now you're gonna take away his memories. Just let him live, damn you, tell me. Never seen this document before. No, I don't. It's a dismissal notice ordering immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice. Name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? It's fine. We're destroying him his entire life. He didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barsley. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. Stop it, sir! I tendered my resignation. Dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? You're forcibly dismissed. There must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Stop it! Stop it! You're destroying him! A little child in the audience is like, stop, you're hurting him. According to the few remaining records, the final execution you supervised was 17th June 10 years ago. That day, something very serious took place at Barsley Prison. 17th of June. No, stop the attack! Was that the professor's execution? Professor, I'm the villain now. As you were chief warder at the time, it stands to reason. Now you have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. Convict was suddenly executed earlier today, later re-emerged from his grave. Convict came back to life. Cemetery in the middle of the night. There was a witness. Now the witness claims a moment later after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave. No! A gunshot rang out from over his shoulder. And the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes, yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head somewhere deep down. No, there's a bomb in his head! If he remembers, he dies! No! Well, Chief ordered daily vigil. I don't know the memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17 June 10 years ago. Stop! Now it's time for you to drag them up. Stop! Mr. Vigil? Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. Prison break. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. I killed him. Shocking news ripped through Barsley like a hurricane. What? Order, order. Who do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil? Your memories of that time have returned. My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. Before sniper images, the screams. Great, now his mind is gone forever. Great. You guys are like, meh, never liked to go. My goodness, what have we done? The papers. More reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yeah, I see Dr. Trevor. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? Hillgate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. Depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerged are quite staggering. Reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard, who, staying out of the convent, managed to escape in the first place. We found no wrongdoing. We've investigated ourselves, and apparently we did nothing wrong. Case closed. Good old Scotland Yard. Conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. You suggesting prison warder better demands bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? You did what? I remember now the horror of it all is coming back to me. Oh, he's going crazy, sir. Stop probing his mind. He's gonna break. It's like in Mass Effect. Go further. But sir, we gotta pull out. Go further. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office and told me to watch out. Stop, sir. His mind can't handle it. Sorry, Daly, this is serious business. Can I help you new? Oh, of course, make the Scottish guy part of the conspiracy. Evil. Chief Ward, are you responsible for overseeing the execution of four, eh? Damn, not the Scotsman. Well, it seems the fellas Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. Stop it, he's gonna lose his mind. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. Stop, no! And the next thing I knew, Stop it, stop! He's gonna die. Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. No, his mind! Just killed a man. I told you to stop probing his mind. You guys are like, we have to keep going. He's dead, sir. crushed his mind. Or a bailiff, fetch a doctor at once. Court is adjourned for a day with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Finn. Do it, Finn. Finn. There we go. She's not bothered because Gregson was the weakest of us. You want to know the truth out of us mustached people? He was the weakest of us, yes. Oh, Gregson. Terrible tragedy. Sholmes is sweet. So I can't quite believe what just happened. We'll inquire with the bailiff after court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. He's dead. Wow, you crushed his mind. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Yes, he jumped out. Terrible shame. About that. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. And I forced it out into the open. Is it wrong of me to do that? Meh. Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? Meh. Just say meh. Meh. Bruno. Oh, Iris. Oh, so anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. I mean, we didn't care when we were sentencing a 15-year-old to hang. It was like, meh. My case is so garbage. Oh, thank you. You guys are like, meh. I would have done younger, sir. You can see that an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Pusher. And the cat. Did we hang the cat too? Because we're evil. Oh. Did the cat deserve the hang as well? And you guys are like, meh. Yeah, I've done other animals too. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. I happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is. Came out of the courtroom back in defendant's bench and he disappeared. Oh, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. So all I said was, I must leave. I wonder who's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. You know, none of these always seem, weren't you? Mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. The construction of a solution comes on the expense of the construction of something else. What does that mean? It knows very well when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too, but he just can't take his own advice to leave well alone. Solve mystery is too important to him, that's so true. That's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's a lot of great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea. I'll give you a hand. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yeah, I finished this month's manuscript at last. Barely a day to spare before the deadline. I'm still looking forward to it. Brand new story to read in Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin days before I have a deadline. I do. Mr. Sholmes. That's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue the investigation. How did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Goody. Yes, that's right. And it uncovers several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too, Cosmo. That's quite clear now. Cosmo was not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. At the end of the proceedings earlier, it's like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so merciless persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I need to sit down with Kazuma and try and understand what he's going through. Reaper's innocence. Gregson really was murdered the day before his body was discovered, and Lord Von Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What, the day before? That should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. Ah, that is curious. So I answered the question about Lord Von Zieks, weren't there? Yeah, do you mean... And what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? According to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? Turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. And why was that notice board in there covered with all the peculiar papers? Papers traced the link to the Reaper. Starting to get a bad feeling about all this. He got too close to the sun. Oh dear, sounds more like something overly devilish. Must start by looking at Inspector Gregson's movements late. I imagine I might have to be investigating Inspector's movements. According to the entry in this diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation red-headed lady the day before his death. Oh, I mean, he's doing the same as Hurley. What Mr. Sholmes are trying to apply, whereas the Inspector was supposed to be investigating. I wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, Inspector went by to investigate Red-Headed Lady that day and wasn't actually Gregson at all. It's Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what it sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris, but why would Gregson need an alibi? It appears the Inspector had something to do with what he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. That's her season with something a little more potent than salt or vinegar. Perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, Von Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. Must try to find out what he knows. What did you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, that's Mr. Sholmes who would help her find her missing husband. Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Search for potatoes from Mr. Holcomb. Yes, I didn't see Mr. Vigil been taken to the hospital. You know which one? That's St. Sinner's. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. Hey, we have a less budget, alright? We have to fucking reuse St. Sinner's. That's amazing, Runo. You found a lady's husband already. Well, that was first suppose I had. By accident. 10 years ago, Mr. Vigil was a chief warder to prison. Responsible for overseeing a professor's incarceration. No. When the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job, paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, personally inspector. I'm saying Gregson, but why? No idea. So Gatsby Stormstorm will come back 59 months. And Ginny was right. So I think all adults are up to no good, including you, Luna. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the Professor and Inspector Gregson. I don't think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't we? Like St. Sinner said. I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Alright, so be more enthusiastic than usual, Tip. If anyone has anything high, special Wilson Chew Iron will soon set them straight. That water will stop. Stuck full of piping hot extra special blend of iron. It shall be very effective. Better be careful not to hide anything. It's a bit strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Oh, I know I do ZR does that too. November Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice Office. No arguments, Professor Sogi. We'll continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Dwell? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defiant Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. Never did know when to back down. On your way now, Sogi, my lord. Kazuma. I thought saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Well, just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Von Zeke's trial concluded today. Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. If only the world didn't lose time. Currently, 2 hours, 55 minutes, 41 seconds, 42, 43. Must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed now, though. And a miraculous not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't demands an obvious bad me put me down. I need information. If only the trains would run on time. If only we lived in a world where everything was on time. Forever. A Reaper. Prosecutor Sogi believe Lord Von Zeeks is a Reaper. I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful Crow's trial, Lord Von Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. The next trial he fought, he lost. He meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. Man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Terrible tragedy. Correct, it was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. People believe Lord Von Zeeks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. Must have had a solid alibi then. Nonetheless, mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, upset at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. The Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. The impact that revelation will have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was a professor's, the trial of Genshin Asobi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You're gonna prosecute the trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Von Zeeks entreated me to relinquish prosecution, and that might avenge both or his brother's death. Here we are 10 years later. The son of the man Von Zeeks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. Do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutors harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is. I like my organization runs smoothly in the exact manner I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. So that's what all these gears are about in here. Man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine. I'll be forced to take steps. What do you mean? That's on which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Time's up. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me, sir. As of this moment, delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely for 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. I hold you entirely responsible, even though in Rex to manage to fit everything in not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Sogi. Discussion through defense prosecution outside a courtroom generally frowned upon, however. Make an exception in this case. Go. Find him in his office, so thank you. His best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at this moment. You guys are useless. On Fresno Street. This account as a timer device, very ingenious, must say. The proper agents of the firecracker was set up at 5 o'clock in the lab. My bang heard process moment Lord Von Ziek's right. I picked up the gun from the floor. So you probably told yourself once upon a time, imagine. Yes. But that last of my bitter experience. Would have turned it to run a mile for sure. She may not do you any favors either. What's this room again? Yay. St. Simon's Hospital. Ward 3. Oh. Prosecutor's office. This is the office of prosecutor, so we know, is it? Because my son is doing so well for himself. You know he's always forcing new and full Japanese style in that corner. How would this sit size of style whenever he's working? Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out. Let's just discuss things with another prosecutor we know first. November present so well. Von Ziek's reading knock. Doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. What do you Nipponese want us to know whether to greet the lawyer? He's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Apologize, so what can I do for you, Mr. Naruto? Lord Von Ziek, speaking earnestly. Hawk will be lifted over London for the first time in months now, or in tomorrow. It does feel very, very strange. Sorry, I'm like dozing a little. Must say I was impressed, though. Well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. Sardonic, don't you think? Man such as me is so loathing of the Nipponese to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. Suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part. Reaper's identity. Once told me gladly how people would believe you were the Reaper because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing the part benefits cause, and I myself am committed to pursuing. Why would I choose to say anything? Henchman of a criminal killed by Reaper attacked you the other day. That was the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? It's clearly profiting from your sunspot on the sun's using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. That's a whole organization. You can see with all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. The Reaper always appears very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Something that you can't name. It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No, Gregson the Reaper. The reason you investigate Inspector Gregson because and expose him as a Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secretive organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization. I don't believe it. Saying that Greg said he was behind all those awful criminals being there. Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. He was a tactician. His job was to cleverly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents out in Pheasant Street is almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings, so they actually know who carried out the killing then. Actually, I do have a name. What? Name the man. You have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I could name the woman, well, assassin. She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Oh, her. Assassin. What? Shit. Assassin. True name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. And just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. The woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruto, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson is because Iris doesn't know. It's very likely the man was her father. Assassin. I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogu, so he's a friend of yours, my best friend. The whole reason I got to come to Britain was all on his merits. Nothing but respect for him. I mean, fucking Kazuma almost lost to a 15-year-old girl who pushed him, but odd when he pushed him? That's first-degree murder, sir. I understand only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. She could push any of us, sir. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in proceedings earlier today. You missed nothing. That just father's performance very much reminded me of his father. I mean, you guys would tell the 10-year-old their dad's dead. You guys have like no tact or gentleness or anything. You guys are like, he's dead, and then you just walk out the room. My job here is done. Genshin Asogi, the professor. Straight aristocrat at the time, the root of numerous grave societal problems. Abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics and economics and war. Anyways, Asogi's carving out of canker room side that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. Precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was no one upstanding man who wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine. You saved your life, how'd that happen? 10 years ago, on a foggy night, Christ, Professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden, don't make a peep, you're coming with us. We were surrounded by assassins. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. A scarf gang. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. Targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we got him! Let's rabble. Hear them murmuring among themselves. I knew they were after me. Just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It's Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Wow, they're dead, sir. Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. Shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him. Suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor. How awful for you. All at once, I lost a brother I revered and a foreign friend I held in such high regard. So sorry, Lord Van Zieks. It's the end of my miserable tale. Never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you. Confiding in me. Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. Still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Given assassination orders a Jezile brat. Sourdough, let's go inform my father. I'm sure the government will want to hear about this new information. That means you get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray! Alright, let's head back to Great Waterloo Hotel then. Said it yesterday, and thinking again today. This place is so princely. Odd guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. Tea is a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say? Look what we have here. This is unexpected pleasure. Ah, father. Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady. And you are? You don't worry, you can trust old Oddrun with the conspiracy. I would never be in on it. Let us go to a random house or shack in the middle of nowhere, friend. Author of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? It's me, Iris Wolfson, at your service, sir. She's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father. Thought so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explain that bright look in your eyes. You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Oh then, young Naruto, it's a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. You went to his symposium. I was allowed to observe from the gallery after twisted some arms. That's a truly exemplary performance, oh well. Thank you very much, although I'm fairly sure you omitted Vicasm on the end there. Oh no, please don't misunderstand, it was you who impressed me. Really. He missed a step against us, so we all know how capable he is. Really have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in the last years, quite extraordinary. Very kind of you to say so. Really nice to hear. So in court today, confirm what I've been hoping for. Favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten what favor. Oh no, you did mention something, didn't you? First, oh no, we had something to report for. No, tell me the favor. Tell me. What is the favor? The sniper, get down. It's too late. I was never able to tell. Take tea while we discuss matters further. I wonder where Judge Jigoku's got to. He's dead. Oh, you know what? So-called Reaper is a Bailey. Heard rumors, some members of the judiciary explained it to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after the case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Von Zooks was in the dock today. I was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Von Zooks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. Truth is, it wasn't him buying all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. What you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Jezile Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no! A friend of yours is killed. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor was talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. It's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Not like this, no! Wilson's dead. Fuck it. Click that button. Ah, I have just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go see if I can purchase some. I wonder. Would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just try to leave me behind. Nah, chat would be like, I don't like biscuits. Stop distracting us. Boof. It's that young girl. It's called Iris Wolfson, is she? Yes, that's right. She's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. So maybe the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. Name of her father, you see. Father? Dr. John H. Wilson, I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invited me to Imperial Yuma University 4 years ago. He was murdered last year by Jezile Brett. Wow, what the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan. Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think I'd say with some certainty. He was never the great detective's partner. This could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all, technically true. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. I haven't seen Judgy Koku for a while, have you? Guilty, hoo 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 hoo, he's dead, sir. Guilty's still ringing in my ears. Oh, you mentioned it. I haven't seen him since this morning either. Wow, he's dead, sir. Suppose since the symposium's open, I suppose Sony have gone to explore the great exhibition. Wow. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judgy Koku having once been in the dock himself. Yes, it's all tied up with that accursed trial, the closed trial of Kazuma's father. Shiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. Also said some contemptuous words about British Empire for which he was charged. And you know what? I think maybe the British Empire isn't the greatest empire in the world. Everyone's like, oh, guilty, alright, hang him too. Damn Nipponese. Oh dear, although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. It was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. He's exiled forever. Thank goodness. I'm talking to Sashiro. Copied a photograph we all took together here yesterday. Why don't you just wave it? Anything else? Ah, here's a baby picture. In fact, my new wife is pregnant. I'm gonna go now. He's dead, sir. What a lovely picture. Certainly seems shut we've arrived in Britain. Another photograph entered in the court record. He's dead now. Fuck, he's dead now. It's now evidence. He's dead. He's dead, sir. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna go walk outside for a bit. None of us have any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true. So you mentioned a favor you'd like to ask me. Oh, this fateful trial you're fighting. One way or another, it will be over before long. What it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do what? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in infancy when it comes to defense. Well, it just means he fucking fails horribly, though. If he goes back to Japan, like we go to the current timeline, 99% conviction rate, it's over. Can he change the timeline? Supreme Court of Judiciary is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. Are you serious? They're gonna get slaughtered. Soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. Not even been London a year yet. But all Susato's reports, I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. Seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, precisely the man our country needs. So, you'll be leaving then, Runa. Then what am I supposed to do, Father? Prime Minister was Soul's judicial assistant. Yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Government's still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. Mr. Thompson was around with Mike 6 to 8 months. Always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. This matter also, Father. Please, a pair of you, don't look so downcast. Merely suggesting you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, I won't force you. I'll ask as you consider it. Come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Alright, time. Any other promises? Let's get that drink later tonight. Come on, get another flag, yes. Alright, he's dead, sir. You won't leave, will you, Runa? That hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. Turns out, he's still alive, so... where does that leave me? Excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. Look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Then please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'll have to entertain you. I'd be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow now, Rodo, and give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. I'm going back home. You know, Kazuma-san has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure you'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. That's a shin, of course. It's so obvious. How could I neglect consider the possibility before now, Mr. Sholmes? Where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. An extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concern, Mr. Naruto, yes. Must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. Matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom I confess the task quickly now. Who? Well, my father just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. Wow, he's part of the conspiracy. I see. Well, you looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father's sports can be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. Not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions time, if you please, Sato. All we can do is pray. For once, my deductions arrive. Does that imply our deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes, which isn't exactly. Now then. May be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide beneath settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversation. So let's join us for tea, mate. I leave the center of this in your hands, my dear fellow. Mr. Sholmes. Just sort of ran off, didn't he? Quite a pace, and left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Catch up father to the telegraph office at once. Kindly call us a cab straight away. It was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. There we go. Kazuma. Thought it wouldn't be long before he paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. Right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry. You have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd throw your dream of advocating in the British courts. Never imagined for 1 second that it would be as prosecutor. Stand in the foreign courtroom, so gallant, realizing kind of summer. Really happy for you. Truly thankful you two, Judicial Suzuki Toba. Let's just marry each other already. Ryunosuke always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but it was just another twist of fate. A lot of things during my time in London. Mr. Sato-san's father himself visits in here once along with Judge Yukoku, and about what had happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. I had to find a way to get it to bring as a visits to myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Disappearance. What happened since what? Oh, I've been a year now, so what happened in Essos Burnout? We killed the 15-year-old. Being a criminal mastermind, the pusher. And across the ocean to Japan, the Great Britain. bizarre series. Oh, that's like a typo, right? One of bizarre serious coincidences. I'm assuming they're trying to do series, but their brain, yeah, okay. So our series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. Must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. This narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped in, out of the room and headed up onto the deck. I was already suffering from amnesia at that point. Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just his voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, their task awaits you there. Yeah, I was on a Russian ship for Russian crew, I think, or something. Colin I couldn't ignore, compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I was on a huge steamship we were docked in a large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Must have been presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. With no idea of the situation, I did have a feeling that this was in some way my last chance, so I considered myself allowing the disembarking passengers went ashore. Then I disappeared in the crowded streets of that foreign port city. Planned my onward journey to Great Britain. Under a year before my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells, my head reeled, truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Terrifying for you. As still case for. Lucky enough, I had 2 feathers in my cap, one being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on the cargo ship eventually after calling at countless ports. Finally right at Dover, must have been some 3 months ago now. My old tenacity of purpose showed itself again. And the man who lost his memory literally think to his name. Still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I moved to heaven and earth to get here to the point. So how did he end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. See, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. Wow. It's sheer coincidence, or strong I was there to attend a meeting. And explain how incompetent they are. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. That had have been your knowledge of the law. Yes, exactly. Lord Strong was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law, took me back from the Supreme Court, assigned me to prosecutor's office. And 9 days ago. Finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Runosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student to make my way to Great Britain someday. I told the Pusher's part of the Reaper team. Damn Pushers. Looks like I have to finish you with my cat in a single push. No, the entire time, what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Father left on an exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. Took a photograph together a day before his departure. Last memory of him. I remember most about my father. It's his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, gentlemen called at our family home. He told me Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. Professor Miko Toba, your father's Susato son. Oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped fund my university education at uni, forever in his debt. And alas, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. When One day a letter arrived at a house from Britain. No indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it's from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Speaking of letters sent from a relative of one of the victims, whoever had been a member of the judiciary, could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry. Not to find out that way. Did the letter have a bunch of slurs towards the Japanese? We could really narrow this down to one person, but imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. Still, could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? The newspaper cut and included with the letter. It was the first I've ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Now, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. But why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. Couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done that out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed him the letter. Showed the letter to Judge Goku. Uh-oh, he's dead. And you fool! You basically gave him a death flag. I will investigate on my own, my son. Well, here's the other visits. He faltered for the briefest moment, but then he just laughed the letter off. At that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his voice. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas of Britain, seek the truth for myself. Truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And not anyone stand in my way. Because my son. Today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyer, Inosuke Naruhodo. Lord Von Zieks is in the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. You mean you knew? The question is, who's giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Beric Von Zieks is the real Reaper. I know that 10 years ago, it was him. So my father must be mass murdered and sent him to his grave. I've never seen justice done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Only it's people who condemn people to laws is the tool they use to do it. If a man condemns a mother, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But for certain, I would never have taken another man's life. Contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Writing page 7 star with my 3 months. What the? Scale model of the crime scene. Ah, yes, I realize that. Let's get office to make a model of the scene for every single case. Apparently so. Sometimes I have to visualize things better, notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, miniature notice board is my work, to be honest. I'll be honest, you enjoyed making that. The bats, they say, Batula! Wow. You disturbed the bats, did you? Bidden companions of Lord Von Zieks, wouldn't you say? I actually have seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here, although bats aren't birds, of course. What a sparrow for you. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry, just thinking out loud. The bats, damn you, the bats! You know the man in the portrait is. Why would I want? But you're Lord Von Ziek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have had the first idea who the man decorates his office with. You're really fine. I'll show the stupid badge to him. Kazuma, this is your armband. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry. You're a defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. Now you've chosen to take that path in life as your friend. Couldn't be happier for you. More proud. Kazuma, keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband should have no meaning for me. Well, for sure. Thank you, my friend. Defense lawyers, prosecutors should discuss evidence in the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I feel my friend's always gonna have an edge over me, isn't it? Where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. I'm a little worried about seeing him again. The lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. So sorry to cause you to, it was because of me. I suppose you're seeking to force you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. Said much the same as you, is very apologetic, but the truth is, I brought this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. Carried such a sense of guilt. That's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He's clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become Mr. Vigil all along then. Should suggest deserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but it wasn't me that helped Professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I wonder if I need to get all this off my chest. I just want somebody to tell me what I should have done. It's already broken. Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. Investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. When he had to carry out those investigations. I Then I would take his identification and impersonate him, and pretend to be Inspector carrying investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a park or police investigation. All I would do is go to a specified location, make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspectors and occasion around very vocal about my presence. You were taken prisoner by the Red-Headed fraudsters. Yes, so you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification, generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. It's one way to become a legendary detective. So it's not a good one, though. As you know, I suffered this bruising on my neck at their hands. The following day, they kept their word and released me. Not returning the inspector's identification to you, however. I arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room 5 that day, so I report back to the inspector. But with the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Midnight, 17th June, 10 years ago. This time scheduled for the execution. Esther's execution never actually took place, did it? The execution itself must have been used to effect a plan of escape. Well, I dared imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barcelona was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. One notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I feel I know what that loophole was. Coffins into which the bodies were executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of the condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. Chief Warder first to sign the necessary papers. After no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. Executions took place on the execution in a corner from inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. Procedure had signed the paperwork having shut the coffin, then nail it shut. For some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut to wound. Didn't think of anything of it at the time. So my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. Assuming your coffin contained. Yes, I can only imagine that Sogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Assuming there wouldn't have been enough air inside the breed for long. In early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again and set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway, probably by Lord Strongheart or whatever. I wonder if really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder. Afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. So we couldn't possibly escape that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. I see you the man then, Professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? He didn't do it well. And then condemned to death as he was. Any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. For that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by the elite members of the judiciary, he called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. I had less than a week in total, and as a chief warder I oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite, a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Who's this for?" Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Whose life? Whose life? Following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual. What? Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. Once doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. His last Will and Testament then. Presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did he find that so unusual? Is it normal for a man to pen a will he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. Special conditions of Asogi's incarceration. See what kind of conditions? Well, even though it's not in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with one exception. Really, he was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of his aristocracy. I was allowed to keep his personal effects with one exception. Okay. At the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. What was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper. So he was prevented from leaving any written record what happened to him. Long and short of it, no idea where he obtained that paper. The materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. Said he hid the paper behind his back and pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please turn the blind eye, this is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen if you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last Will and Testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I had to pretend I'd seen nothing and let him keep his will. Then later, just seemed to vanish without trace. What do you mean, vanished? It seemed that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The only person who saw Asogi's will, it somehow disappeared. I haven't played Cris Tales in a while, because I have so much, or I played Pokemon Unite off stream too much. So after Asogi's execution, I don't have time for Game Pass, sadly. Elaborate jailbreak. Orders gathered up Asogi's possessions were in a cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Or Kazuma-sama. You're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The bill, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It kind of have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? What way? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence, in which case, how did the prison governor not know it? Yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. It certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Well, he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Ysogi papers. Ysogi papers. Really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, what happened? Your dismissal, the way you blocked it all from your memory. Forgot all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing with us, Mr. Vigil. Very grateful. There's no more I can tell you. Now, if Evie will be here shortly, I do hope they don't appear rude, but no, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Personally, a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. So sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew this day would come. Oh, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's one thing. Yes, what is it? Ysogi papers. Very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. It became known I remembered. Well, could be rather troublesome, I think. He's dead, sir. He's thrown out another window. Pepe hence. This time, fatally. Some sort of will that Genshin Ysogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that had something to do with his plan to escape. I wonder might know more about a document that Kazma's file left behind. Mr. Vigil's governor. I know precisely where he must go, back to Barsley prison. Immediately tell the next person, go! Immediately tell the old governor. We won't tell, we'll just pretend we don't know where we got this info from, but you were just at the hospital. I don't know who told me this. 2nd November, Barsley Prison Governor Office. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. Heard all about your investigation, read the report just now. You found my Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case nothing to do with Barsley. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Kimmy, you seem kin very well. How about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs and as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here this day? Well, something I'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Ysogi's cell. I think it's been called the Ysogi Papers or something. Did I know, say Gregson's death now with things that might have happened at Barsley? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fruit about with relevant details. His expression changed completely. Clearly on something here. Legacy. There's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. to our boss-sized Docus are I a shock and embarrassment? As a convicted at a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Oops, wrong voice. Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Syfe, my chief order at time Vigil, was in charge of the whole affair. Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. Lasco wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs. Well, how could I say no? You could never have too much iron in your diet. Gimme. Mr. Vigil's hand is dismissed on us was out what happened. He was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but yeah, that's just what Vigil trying to get out of it. You don't think he would have jumped to the shock of his crimes being exposed? Eh, I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, so would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that went on that. Went on here at the time now. If Gregson had been murdered and Dr. Syfe forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors, someone obviously doesn't want to give anything away. Well, would I gone home empty-handed? I wouldn't have dreamed to send you packing with document. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to command me, Nick. I suppose if there's anybody you might still keen about what happened back then. Maybe that last from the forensics division, Maria Gori. New season, new character, Maria Gori. It's a new coroner, Syfe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. Certified 15 service now, 37 months. We Barons followed in Mom's footsteps. You didn't have to ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Right, Mama, what's this? Hey, what a cheese spring, I forgot her existence. Just got a doctor, Mama. Syfe's daughter, Maria Gore. Could do with talking to her. So wait, so Syfe was originally called Stevens, then she became Syfe. And why is her daughter Gore? I guess maybe she married someone else? Okay. So she's Dr. Syfe's daughter, but her surname is Gore. Oh, here we go. Oh, some family history, I'm sure. I don't know kind of ins and outs of it. Grew up watching a man worked at the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances. Sadly, the same with her own life. Can't understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps, anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner response was incomplete report. Someone told me once a wee lassie always loved a man's story about cleaning up bodies. Oh no, there's even a rumour she used to listen to funeral marches a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Crazy Senate, crazy family. Says the fighting chance at least after all. That was a life-changing case for all of us. I need to speak to Miss Gore yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years for London to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you no give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. Sorry, I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Am I about to be like taken on a carriage and then pushed off a cliff? Am I getting too close? Can you just stay away and leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? How do you count about that, laddie? There's no many folk here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Well, can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me. Mr. Vigil told me. Afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. The thing is, like, if they know I went to the hospital and then immediately asked this question right after here, they fucking 100% know where it came from. Come on. You'd be like, yep, it was that Vigil fucker. And then you push him out another window. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? Wow, we're even doing his exact words. Well, he's dead. Vigil's fucking done. Professor, rather, Genshin Asogi's. This guy's like the fuck. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? After the convict's execution mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens, no, you're off half-cocked there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, no, we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee look around here. Sure, I can find it. Ah, here ye are. See? That's one testament against your soul. Look for calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese scribbles, but I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, it's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers. Why, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. No mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. All the strange things are slicer of an executioner. I mean, send the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. That was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Arundel, just in case. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. I am showing you about quest by my death. Any and all material possession will have belonged to me. In London doors, my son, Kazuma Sogi, the Emperor of Japan. Deed silence, I accept this fate in this foreign land, and in the knowledge I've never seen my homeland family again. I regret nothing about my chosen path. Oh yes, those papers are now to do with wits and not to do with Gregson's. I'd prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer consider an order from the highest levels of a government. Or else I would tend to push for Vigil out of a fucking window. Understand? Poor Vigil, he's dead, sir. Oh, what the fuck? I like how we immediately give it to him. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, never mind. We immediately show it to everyone. Here you go, here you go, here you go, here you go. Stop it, sir. Here you go, and here you go. Everyone knows about it now. Who was I supposed to go? Oh, I need to go to my school. But maybe I have to go to, yeah. Hunt this person down. So that's just when I was at open answer about nope, never mind. Serious crime for the defense to attempt to extract information prosecuted by illegal means. I think we have more of a defense and client relationship now, don't we? Let's do that too. Let's have a look at this. Hope she's gonna pout. I thought you're supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence. That's only in court. Not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection!
Yay, that was great. Right, next. Alright, I get the message. Someone's not in the mood for looking at things. Second November. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigation. Damn you, tell me what to do, woman. Could be I might have forgotten someone when we left this morning. Please don't worry, as long as you continue to investigate thoroughly what goes wrong. Oh yes, of course, that's useless. Let's get back to her as soon as possible. Are you serious? That was it? You seem to be on the map. You know, his disguise Mr. Gatsby is quite masterful, isn't it? Can't remember anything about it except for a floppy lip. Imagine not even his wife would have recognized him, perhaps. Didn't really have to take it quite so far. Like, we have to look at something here. Because we're given a hint. Stay here, but Lord Van Zieg's incredibly stylish desk. Not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working. Better tape on the floor, kneeling down says the style. Some kind of punishment set by Lord Van Zieg's when I saw it. My most comfortable way to work. Can't do it. Just a couple of minutes sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingling. Don't exaggerate, Inosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Don't want to handcuff this you bastard. Real handcuffs say nope, neither me nor me please lovely outfit, so. Fat bird. I expect to find a parrot in prison, must be the governor's pet. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. And you did not kill me! As the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in their cells. Och no, he was one of the 3 siblings, you see, and he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. When you didn't kill me, is this part weird? Alright, we'll see. I hear ya, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Dinner do it? Okay. the hell? Gets your eyes as you enter the room, doesn't it? Yes, such a bright color. It certainly makes an impression, yes. Can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? Our heads down like a sore thumb. Afraid with jet black Japanese here, we stand almost as much here in London. I suppose that's true. I wasn't thinking of committing any crimes this morning, though I wasn't. Turns out Grace didn't actually die here at all. Where on earth could he have been killed? One way or another, we must find out. For the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Naruto. Sort of when I start thinking, I'll try to conjure up some horrible images in my mind. Imagination's a culprit here, the most certainly guilty. I imagine a little figurine turned out they watch one kid. So it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. He's here much more than Inspector Grace than I realized. He's clearly a brilliant man. Fish and chips up through us, I feel as though it ruined his image. I really don't think we should blame one of the Britain's staple cuisines. Think about it, imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. What would you feel if instead of the old briar pipe that's in his hand, Sholmes had a bag of chips? Rather disappointed if I'm honest. Exactly. Revolvers. Who does it belong to? Well, we know it's one of the typical members of the police force near Sarah. Gregson's own gun found on his person. Of course, Lord Von Zieks admitted to losing fire when she was issued. Such absent-mindedness not dissimilar to you, Naruto. So I think the cold hard prosecutor and I have become friends after all. Wish you every success. Mr. Vigil. As the identity of the slave is a very great clue exposing Gossip's true identity. Plus he loves his wife fairly dearly. Which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth. The transformation is incredible, isn't it? Just from that big twisted look. Yes, one of extraordinary efforts to play part of the huge bone. It didn't really seem like as much of an effort to me. Like I said, I have to agree. Almost as if it was Mr. Vigil's true character. People really are hard to fathom at times. Alright. This is why I don't usually do investigation parts, I just talk. Is this what I'm looking for? Details case stretch back over 10 years, I was supposed to ask. Mystery Lord Von Zieks defeats in court. Sounds like its appropriate description. Well, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true. Not all these people had a background of dubious dealings. In the end, of course, Lord itself concealed the inspector's own death. Oh my, it really does bear thinking about. Fuck, it's this room, I'm assuming. I don't know, last room. I have no idea. Assuming it's this room. The external collection Howard House is involved under the Lena. It's extremely peculiar, all that. There's a strict regimen for everything, from the storage and cast to the bottom of the contents. Gosh must have a really tough time of beating his apprentice. Actually, no. Well, he's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch it. But easier for me, in fact, to talk about weird. Alright, what the fuck do I have to do here? I have no idea. See what's on the screen? Okay. Is that the autopsy. King of the child didn't know something a little dubious in me. I had no time to ever put Inspector Garrison's autopsy report. There were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion he came almost certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that a victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Not considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks in the camera. Certainly a distinct possibility that evidence in the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. I didn't trouble you, Kaiser Osama. We'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I wanted for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. The Barsley prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kaiser Osama. Thank you. I'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. Safeguard the soul of the Sogi clan. Well, this famous sword's been your friend for generations. My only sight regard I never got the chance to drop before I returned it to you. Surely said they've been forged by Master Swordsman during the Sengoku War and States period. Come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom are expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karuma, is a symbol of the Asogi's kind of honor and might, apparently. And my father's apprentices even took the blade's name as a surname. Karuma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, my father was a visiting student here in London, and this sword forever at his side. It means so much to me I have it by my side again now, too. It's all thanks to you. It's an honor. Here we go, get out of here. I have preparations to make tomorrow. Perhaps said a little too much. Because of you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you's changed. I understand your resentment of Lord Von Zeke's given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. Man is a reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'll prove as much in court tomorrow. Whatever means necessary. I'll let you do that, Kazuma. You know what you have to do as a lawyer. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I expect nothing less. Till tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. She's crazy. Wait, she's already taken over the lab now that her mom's like in jail. Jeez. She's crazy. This really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits that are dissected. Actually, it's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, coroner probably needs a bullet scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, you think we could change the subject? Well, it's a killer, it's corpse party, it's a killer! Duh. Where's my knife? What was that? The knife. Ah, Dr. Gory. Sheila. Oh, there we go. That's what she looks like. Dr. Safe cares across a corner like her mother. She carries out all the autopsy work on corpses. She's insane. I had that noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. Following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. There, I think you'll do nicely. No, game over. Wouldn't do nicely at all. Maybe some other time. Kiss. Is that a tut? Well, came here to ask questions, so. Time of death. I actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember, and I sort of got your mom in jail. You're not dead yet. But Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Oh, good. Dr. Seif has some scruples, at least. Oh dear. Looks like she's interested in talking to us for the time being, anyway. Time being, I mean. Till we die. Hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Guess surely there's some less drastic way to make it. Let's see. Oh, we actually came to ask about this. It was very good. Good, sorry. I chopped them up. His skin did sting my blade once. A very little mess. Back this chick, demon girl. His joints dislocated easily. His muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. You guys can have this chick. I'm out. Like, I'm out of here. And you guys are like, okay. Skip those details. But there's one thing about the reports that caught my attention. You don't seem to record at the time of death. It's not my fault. Oh, that made me jump. And please tell us what happened. Why did the autopsy record the victim's time of death then? Really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it down. By whom? Mayo Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Wow, the real villain. Probably killed as Genshin's one. Said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence. It was obvious. He clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. That's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Got to go if you're hiding someone or Lord Strongheart's instructions. Sooner or later, you're gonna go to the same way as your mother. Oh, maybe we shouldn't have said that. Give it here then. She chops us up. Oh, you're the one who did that. She's scribbling so furiously. There, you've written. What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. Well, that's not helpful, but details the autopsy report and an update on the court record. What do you mean by that? Was the time of death indeterminate? The specimen was brought in, it was still fresh, so when the time of death could easily coincide with the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? Some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? Victim liked fried fish, you presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? Possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. It's impossible to do. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. But if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. Today's science is not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. Today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. Surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. Imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. Maybe in a factory or some other special place. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What manner of the actual time of death have been? Couldn't say for sure. At most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would have corroborated your previous deduction, I don't know. Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. He informed Lord Strongarm of this possibility. Simply said there was no electrical refrigerators of that side in the vicinity. Yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barslake Prison told us. Said your mother, Dr. Seif, responsible for converting the death of Brehester after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so I wondered if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. It's not all Mama did, sorry. My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. Really? Brother Lord Von Zieks, professor's final victim. He of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocrats was humbly unthinkable like that. The detective in charge of the investigation insisted on it was miraculously authorized. Detective being Inspector Gregson, of course, quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided vital clue to the arrest the killer. Mama was there for that historic event. It is a song. We know that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Von Zieks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on the dissection table there. So just like Mama's lab was instrumental in some country's most important events. Millie is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Goring. Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barslake Prison execution chamber. Signed a certificate to confirm the convict staff. Mama was the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. Execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you made it at the time of death when the autopsy through, but that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. No doubt there was powerful force at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. Big man with the little handcuffs. I don't know what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Trust no one, not even yourself. Mention the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. At a time when carrying an autopsy on murder victims is very unusual. Not a practice observed in our country even now. Turned out he was a professor's final victim. And the autopsy was performed. I was present, although only as a secondary assistant. Personally, the procedure is called Dr. John H. Wilson Dwell. That's right, my daddy. There's one other person present, the primary assistant. Resident student from the Far East. Wait. Resident student. Must have been my father, Eugene Mikoto Minority. Professor Mikoto involved in something so important. How come an historic autopsy is a discovery of vital piece of evidence allowed to capture the professor? So that's how they came to identify the Genshin Asogi's infamous mass murder. I don't know anything about that piece of evidence. Can you tell us any more? I'd like to see the records for yourself, won't it? That'd be alright. What's the point of keeping records? People can't look at them. Your father and your V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Von Zeeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruto? They aren't here. There's nothing under Von Zeeks. Must be. Somebody took them away. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room, but you're forbidden, the council! You're right, they're gone. When was the last time somebody looked at them? You remember? It was, oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consultant detective came one day saying he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Sherlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down I knew that was coming. You'd think he stole the records. No, surely not. Iris, I can't be right, can I? Iris. Runo. Hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? Just remember something very important I have to do soon. I have to leave you now. Oh, he's very semi-Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. No, there's no need. You know, take your time here. Bye for now. Alright, goodbye. Wait a minute, little girl. Ghost comes back. What? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry. A mustache. Zero. Wait, Iris. Not zero. Comes back. Booba pop for when you get home. Alright, there we go. It's a matter of sure. Should be even really strange all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. That was really fun, Monkus. You're crazy! Next time you come, prefer if you're ready for dissection. You're crazy! Can't make any promises, sorry. Stranger records of Clinton and Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. I think that's all we came to ask now. Secret trip to use restaurant for like 22 months. Guess we're not getting that tea. It's gone. Finally, oh, here we go. 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. He's still busy investigating here then. Tina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss taught her. Expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Always use time to investigate more thoroughly. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Now it appears to be made of metal. Must be very heavy. I wonder whom it belongs. Something issues on the outside look. TG Who could it be? Could be anyone. Let's ask one of the policemen know I came to be here. Well, what do you think you're doing? That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. Where were you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended a few seconds, every Tom, Dick and Harry's got greedy eyes on it. I guess, Gina, but what? Spit it out, Ida. It's fair to say you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial. What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere, always has. Where you been last year? Try not to incur your wrath, will you know? Boss. Should hear them talking with the yard now. I don't know why we're not allowed to look at the trunk, but should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying now it was the boss who killed all them bludges. You mean the whole Reaper thing. Yeah. Apparently the boss is investigating stuff no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff where all them criminals will go off scot-free. Yes, one prosecuted by Lord Von Zieg's used bribery and corruption of a conviction. Well then obviously it was that Bloomin' Reaper giving orders, wasn't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's way. What? Did you see it, Gina? See that notebook? They wouldn't even let me because I'm an apprentice apparently. It was me who founded it and it was you as my boss. That's right. Pretty miffed about it, so sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. It's our Gina. What was in the book? What was in the book? You didn't see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Oh yeah, I see it. I write to read what he wrote. What he had written, Gina. Dates, times, places, names, a whole long list of them. All details about the bludge is supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could have been an explanation for that. That's a record of the inspector's investigations and Reaper activities. Exactly, that's what I said. First thing you'd think, right? As it happens, full of names I recognize anyway. Well, Reaper's targets are almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, I mean. Is it Shin? Pretty sure the date against it was 31st October, the day before the inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? Wow. It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like... Nah, it's no good. Can't remember. What was the name? Boof. I don't think it was anything to say. Ayo Shin. What was the name? Boof. Oh dear. This is like 24, we're gonna have to torture her for the name. What is the name? Where's the bomb? Whose name? Something else too, I don't know what matters. Same name kept coming up over and over. Shin it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Say Shin. What? Does it mean something? Van Zieks knew the name too, he mentioned her as well. Mona actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. I've seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Of course not, I've been busy, ain't I? Let's get in that. Lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened, the day before. That'll be the end of our investigation, the Red-Headed League then. Only boss didn't go, did he? He found some crow who was pretending to be him, did Chowder? Mr. Vigil actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff out. Got my own ways of getting results. Doggy, if me and my partner are together, there's nothing we can't track down. Doggy! Oh, little Toby is such a faithful friend. So have you tracked anything down then? What do you think then? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit? Yeah. Oh, it is if you not need any help. Nowhere to turn to, right? Me and you held around here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish. Demon Hellhound. It's Cerberus. Hellhound, Gina. How about your Hellhound there? Chief Inspector Toby Meena, pride of the Forcius. Yeah, he's more useful than the rest of Scotland Yard. Japanese police dog means something quite different, not together nice to those involved in crime. Here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment it seems, for a canine at least. Should be after all. A great expedition case the other day. It was Toby who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what the super dog can do, eh? Do we have something the Chief Inspector can catch the scent of? I wonder.
Take that!
Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. Doggy! You might have a little too, might be a little too keen, don't you think? Go after the doggo! Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh. Look what he's gone to. My, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, must have belonged to him. Alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose, and you gotta wait for it too. Always stuck so proudly to Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what can achieve. Crossed your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? It's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. Weren't like that, Miss weren't. What are you talking about? What's going through the head of yours ain't what happened, alright then? What did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. Let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. A sandwich? No, not to a bag of chips. Sourdough. Blue Genie means a witness. I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, you gotta hit him between the wooden boards of yours. The boss is trying. You motherfuckers! Fuck these guys. I mean, when they heard the sound like a gunshot, all powdered and they're stealing everything. Imagine this room was like filled with stuff and everyone's like taking stuff. Everyone's just looting the place. Exactly, nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. I mean, the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good drilling, and you know what he said? Thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needed it anymore. So, it's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. So please, you and Adam checked the cheek of it, eh? Stealing dead boss's stuff to frog. So Miss Venus wasn't the only one that met off the scene of the crime. How could they? Anyway, that's how it happened. Pretty decent trunk, so I figured might as well make use of it. Something wrong with that, eh? Well considered as part of the crime scene. You and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Is there gonna be blood in it and she didn't notice? I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police, Gina. If you wouldn't mind, we'll maybe examine it. Alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record or examination of the evidence. Well, monks. It's a matter of Toby Dun-Dun. Assassins here. Why is he acting so aggressive towards me all of a sudden? Naruto, be careful. It must be the trunk. Dun-Dun. Ah! Game over. Is this bad end? Bad end. Game over. What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Game over. You just had to keep digging, Mr. Naruhodo, says the dog. Don't worry, he's the ancestor of Gab. Mr. Naruhodo. Gonna quickly hail a carriage. What? What was in the fucking trunk? Oh, did he really bite my fucking face off? What if I've said Naruhodo's legal competency?
time, Craig!
Mysteries from Starlock back 2 months. What's in the goddamn case? Naruto, are you alright? Miss Sato. Conscience is gonna last a blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after moderate licking by a small cherry most unseemly. What is or isn't seemingly irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes? There's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? Fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Now what's this on my head? A bandage. Sadly, we had no ice, so that compressive sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto, it's a first aid treat my father taught me. Oh, thank you. Let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. Of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready now. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. Dear fellow, think of nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared the infamous murder. So many come back from the dead, and he's the professor's dog. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prize store is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded you some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I remember is the dog licking my face over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I think I'd balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. I just want to know what's in the damned trunk. Gina, I'm really sorry. Staff in it, if you asked me a year ago, the cops could go angry for all I cared. We gotta have police, ain't we? And catch the bludgers. Sir W.A. is from Starlock 141, so us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry. I don't think I can have heard that properly. He said he was gonna teach me everything I need to know to be a detective. All he got around to show me where the best flaming fish and chip shops are, actually. That reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Something wrong. Oh no. I shouldn't read too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. Is he trying to kill Harebrained? Boss was acting a bit strange recently, like he was always in a rush. Best chips in town alone.
Schwarzbiergebot, brodelnd wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt.
I don't recognize the words. Demon!
Deine Wut. Her mit dem Knacker.
What's going on? I'm having a bad dream.
Hart wie ein Diamant.
It's an old German folk song, rather fine rendition, I think. Demons! So these are my concerns. Iris. Iris, what's the matter? Who's that sprawling to me? That relaxed gentleman over there. Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir, I do apologize for troubling you as you're singing so merrily, but you're kind enough to explain the situation. That worked. Crooning gentleman and mute young girl around tantalizing juxtaposition. One. Peers who've been cited the gods of deduction to find their voices to. Oh, it's for this. Damn, so it's from Storm back 12 months. Sholmes, do you mean? Deduction time. Stay in the breeze and hopefully you're playing as a delightful duet. One melody sings a reading full of nostalgia. What's the other? Is a moral speaking about the great secret you're trying desperately conceal? Iris. She's turned white as a sheet. Usual. Instantly seeing the very heart of the matter. By the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Lane, where all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do you enjoy Sherlock Holmes' Astonishing Reasons Spectacular. Man's identity. First, we consider a gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. Evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all in such an apparently high spirits? Answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Here we only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes and unravel that particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly returned warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Obviously, offered a German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delicate flavors made men's spirits soar, resulting in his joyful dilly tumbling incessantly from his lips. We await sampling the flavor myself and may join this fellow in a state of elation. And now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman avail himself so thoroughly of the settee? Happens a number of years ago now. A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services solving a particularly delicate case required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. While I conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein. Isn't that the dad's name of the kid? King of Germany. My memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former contact, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the great expedition. Finn. Illusion King of Germany. Girl, silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexplicable silence as I murmured the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness concealed inside the knapsack. 5-pound note, I believe I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed and silenced by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. Now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strapline with your silence, Iris? Yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find an answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact, or should I say the handle of my favorite coffee cup. Appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke in the midst of his hijinks, which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. I have the coffee cup. Done it again, sir. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot modern Wien Feuerberg.
Your silence as well, and a fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Saddle, do tell. Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, you haven't said a word either, Iris. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Reason isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Another grievance, Mr. Naruto, surely not well. I actually read the story of that case recently. One you were just describing, according to that at least, it wasn't the king of Germany. It was the king of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified that in court. In other words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my homeland in Bohemia. I ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It would usually become quite a scandal. Leave. Mr. Naruto. So I've tried to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, you, Mr. Sholmes, will admit he might be slightly wide of mark this time. Well, it's clear Iris is definitely hiding something. Find the true mysterious scene. One truth is incontrovertible, my favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? Joint presentation, Hillock Sholmes' logic and reason spectacular. Course correction. Hoarded man's identity. Firstly, we consider a gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German, no grasp of English language. Evidenced by the Germanic song, he seems the apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all? Such apparently high spirits. Answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. We only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes and wrap up a particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating organ is reviewed herbal to you. So what's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness. Would you like to try some? I'd like to get used to your singing with this man. How long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? Say he's been stock still the entire time if you look closely. His lips aren't moving either, so I'm not sure he's actually responsible for the spirited singing. I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris' gaze. His crotch, sir? I see. Wait, this is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to come from the machine singing. That can't be right. You're mad! You're mad! Smacked the woman. Boof. You're saying a machine can sing and talk? It's that technology that would wrap in Naruto. What's right is changing too. You're a mad woman! Too much for my brain. Get the steak. Demon instrument. At least we found our answer. No, we haven't. Damon!
Take that!
Or a piece of wood talking? Boof! Crazy. The reason for man's mind irritating war was revealed by a gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman, breaking an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Music seems to have stopped now. I asked you, Mr. Naruto. Yes. But would I purchase a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On that deduction, who exactly does this gentleman avail himself so thoroughly of this settee? Happens a number of years ago now, yes. A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services to solve a particularly delicate case, required retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance, might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, arrived at my office with a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gustav Siegmund von Unstein, King of Germany. Memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. There can be no question, the mask belongs to the King of Germany. Already established as actually the king of Bohemia, it seemed Miss Shulman tends persist to the Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts, the boy with whom I had in tears, don't remind me. Or anyone else. You suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear a mask? Sure they do, well, probably anyway. Point is, mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we all know, because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Oh, there we go. Christ, he's so late in the line.
Take that!
No question, that mask belongs to Kazuma Sogi. In other words, my memory is sublime and reliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. As the mask been languishing in his metal chest several days, though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. And it is now a simple matter to determine, I guess, true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We only excuse ourselves and Vance gently lift the mask peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah, father. I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logical reason has once again revealed the truth. Mysterious visitor. It was my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. Eugene Mikotoba. Silence to hide the coffee cup. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable, yes, you, young Iris. Your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed in the knapsack, bribed by 5 pounds. The 5-pound notebook in Iris' knapsack is, oh dear, can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form. Well, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Brunel, have we? Anyway, father would never paid money for Iris' silence. Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though judging by his present state. Must be some other reason Iris is silent, I suppose. Iris is trying so hard not to give away her eyes, something entirely different. Note, oh, it contains important documents, yes, when open. Details of all the cases Sholmes wrote down over the years, written up by Iris' father, if I remember correctly. Preston says that she has kept locked at all times, she never once showed me inside. But it's invaluable to her, I suppose, entirely irreplaceable. Look at it now. All we gems are starting with my 32 months. Catch is unlocked for once, so it is. It's hard to ignore. Very, I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time I've been staying at Baker Street.
Take that!
I should have said Persian slipper. You guys think too small. You don't get that guy, find that guy hospital. You find a pillow, and then we can finish the job. And then be like, terrible tragedy. Died of heart failure or whatever the hell you want to write up. Terrible shame. Reason for muteness concealed inside that metal chest. Who could have done this? Next observation upon closer inspection is something different about the chest appearance. I've locked all times it now. Catch is open. Evidently this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. It's a simple enough matter to set you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. don't. Boof. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes Hurley. He's dead. Never. Alright, get another pillow. Bring me the pillow back. Never. Oh, Hurley, why didn't you say? I told you not to open it. Why didn't you say anything before then? Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your sandstone Iris. Somewhat different to the usual dance production performance of Sholmes, isn't it? Oh yes, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm gonna have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now that Iris isn't usually a silent type sound, I mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite knowing the point of finger before. Mr. Santos, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first, think later. Oh well, you say so. I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. She's holding up. Sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by magic. Strange. Big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
Real reason for your son's 10 hours. Key behind your back. Sholmes was thrown in the air before. Before you caught up to try to stop and you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is a key now in your hands, no doubt the key to your chest. You're so clever. That becomes clear thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration. You can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotopa also opened that metal chest only to be punched in the air. And sprawled on the settee. Well, my turn now. Wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. Stylish scarf and the cup of tea. And above all, why would he be wearing a Kazuma-sama mask? Oh, if those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? So our room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Professor Mikotopa opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. Iris was flying in the air just as he was, only lying neatly on his face when it fell back down. 2 cups journeyed through the air, and then when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. So you mean to say the stylish scarf was actually just a tablecloth? This great detective's office, after all, place of miraculous directions. Do you expect anything else? Yes, you're right. Happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runa. Concludes Ryunosuke Naruto's great deduction as his punchy puzzle. So why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
Admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You faked it. Final after the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, I would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah, she is, from the look on her face. Miss Sholmes must be right. Whatever great secret is the cat isn't out of the bag yet. Put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Really, it's a shame Mr. Sholmes' account must have been smashed when Professor Mikotopa opened the chest. Oh dear. So many things seem to have been broken here. My deduction had taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, the great secret is something else. Her observation skills one final time then. bullet holes there. Never seen a room from this view. Look, I see. I know it's the other cup. Oh, look, there. Seem to be more papers there. So I was trying to hide them underneath the tray. Let's see, Mr. Nardo. Official Scotland Yard document. Why, what would Iris have? I must ask her. Official Scotland Yard document.
Take that!
Turn this sound of the case file. Iris says you know very well. Nothing escapes the attention of a great detective, I know. This is Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zieks had gone missing. Clint Van Zieks, yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? Papers you have there are... So sorry. Forgive me, wow, I don't want to cry, yes. I say we put her to the gallows. We could have a new record, sir. 10 years old, fuck it, let's do it. Then we can go even younger to the gallows, since apparently chat's like, wow, poggers, we can have a world record, sir. In truth, I like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. Caught me completely off guard as very the late consultant detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? As I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Something that troubled you, Iris. As that's something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for when I saw this report. Saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's writing. Father's writing, what do you really mean? Iris must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? Those are the poor cautious gentleman on the city has been somewhat forgotten. Father. Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Naruhodo, yes. So kind to lend him your bed. We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Yes, of course. Help you carry him up, so will I. Oh, I can manage alone, thank you. You have your tea to enjoy. When one Iris has brewed the stew. Because there's no better way to make Professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps I was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Must use the opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on, alright. You'd like to tell us about it, Iris, about your father. I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that note's about all the cases they solved together kept inside the metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. Said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. Yep, that's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. It's only natural. You're just like any other girl your age. Read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, it's only natural, I suppose. I respect. You're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. What? Name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. Then one day, that's what happened, is it? You saw the autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes, see, it was the handwriting in the report that caught our eye. Saw it written on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. Thought to myself. The same writing you'd seen on the father's case notes. Exactly. Desperate to compare the two properly, I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to look at it there. No, he decided to steal it. I had the autopsy report with the case notes I had here. No doubt, the handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. The signature on the corner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. That's how I finally found out. Learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Dad's exciting times with Hurley. Sat there and then I write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris. No idea this story has quite a deep personal significance for you. Let's see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. So can we read the autopsy? Dwell. Must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley. I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. Take the autopsy report back to Dr. Goring and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. And let me look after it for you until we get there. Yoink. Time to read it. Suckers. Convent 6:33 Mayo, 9 p.m. and midnight time of death. John H. Wilson's coroner. Death single stab wound to the heart as superficial external wounds indicated of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. No document corresponding found. Vital evidence recovered in the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for protection so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. But I thought the killer used a dog to kill people. Let's go and water my herbs, I think. See you all later. Poor Ash must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes. Dear me, so, you've noticed, I see. That it would mean... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? You turned white as a sheet. The autopsy report, Mr. Naruto, the one from 10 years ago. The writer isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Oh, what do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing. It's my father's. What? Professor Miko Toba's. Indeed, it's true, and now you know. My dear fellows, no, I don't know anything on what does mean, Mr. Sholmes. The idea it's solely forming in my mind is too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. Mikotoba's gonna die before we get to him. It's too late. Pepe hints. As we rush towards Old Tower, they're both dead. The judge guy hasn't been seen for at least a day. He's dead. Autopsy report is actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. Makes no sense. Not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after a extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, how was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. So assisting would have aided with the dissection where making detailed notes. To be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once their work was completed, the head coroner would check the content and put his signature on the document. Whereas the only writing of Dr. Wilson's report will be his signature at the end. I see, so I just got the wrong end of the stick to me. Saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. A complicated situation, the details of Clint's autopsy report have been updated. For record. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. Really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. What's troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. It's one about this supposed partner of yours. Do you really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. Who is a trusted comrade, the only person I can truly call a friend. Did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet, you see. He lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, but only one logical conclusion. Pray impress me. You and your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. How was Mr. Sato's father? So is Wilson just gonna... I know it's like a side sport. Is Wilson just a big loser then? He's just a fucking prop for case 1. He's dead, sir. He died instantly, sir. He's useless. Now, I'm assuming he's important for the professor plotline, but he's basically a loser, yes. He's basically just a dead guy, a dead prop in the first one. Or Mr. Naruto. Coming along wonderfully, you've hit upon the method at last. Finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say? I would introduce you. My great friend and partner, Mikotoba. This guy's not gonna last after today. The judge is already found dead. Dun dun. Showing Mikotoba. Does this mean you're the real Dr. Wilson? Oh, my dear, I'm still my old self, Eugene Mikotoba, your father. Of course, see, they're trying to make him likable before he gets stabbed, and we'll be like Pepe hints. But why? Obviously too much Sato taken. Oh, I'm likable now, friends. Let me go get my coat in the other room. Do. He's dead, sir. Must say, though, well, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver, the greatest mystery of all. Still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Stroms. Ah, yes, quite 16 years ago, yes. I have to go meet someone. Just right from Japan are Seshiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. Rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings in the expenses. Fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. He was unlikable when they silenced that reporter, the guy who knew too much. That guy's probably dead, but As soon as the judge silenced him or did a takedown on him, it was over. He just wanted the truth. Hello, fellow back there, mere shadow, great detective, super pointing out. I'll skip the engine or stop soon. Working in the hospital's chemical laboratory, time indulged in my curiosities for low gain. Situational cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. Last year, Mikotoba's stay in Britain. Most infamous cases presented itself. Case which you become rather familiar with, the Professor killings. After the trial, Sishiro and I were summoned back home. Highly surprising given the circumstances. So there you have it. And then, you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronic remain in that metal chest. You guys all say it's literally almost done, but an hour later, you'll be like, huh, guess we accidentally forgot. Is it 5 minutes, like actual 5 minutes, or is it 5 minutes on planet Namek as it just gets destroyed? It's amazing production. Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. 5 minutes. Father, goodness, my dear, what a cut and look. As your dad, I'm very proud to learn that you were a great detective's great partner. Nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is, time goes slow on Namek, come on. Know very well what it is. Unresolved matter of Iris' father. Of course, almost forgot about that one. Alright, 5 minutes on Namek, let's go. Should have seen this coming, I suppose. So he's just a loser then, he just gets shanked. Don't worry, my son, I will. Or don't worry, my daughter, I'll come back, Iris told us. All the notes about the great detective's adventures are in that metal chest, written by her father. Is that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. You're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes. Iris' father must be you, huh? Upon my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You two have hit upon the method at last. Finally grasped the art of deduction. What? What you've already told me, father. My mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your search for forbidden. Always accepted that. But all just about Iris. Oh, there it is. Sato-san's ice-cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It's very complicated. I like hookers, damn you. Damn you! I wanted a British woman! Damn you! I mean, that's really not what you think. So I like hookers! Perhaps you'd explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now they ask him ice cold to red hot just before she... Oh really? You've got the wrong end of the stick. Show him. Say something, man. Quite enough, my furry fellows, Mr. Sholmes. When did you get all dressed up? Of course, I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikotoba and I have urgent matter requires a short excursion. Ah, he's gonna die. No! Very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Let's go to this abandoned warehouse. Why, my dear madam, it's not obvious. My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So get your coat, Mikotoba. Game is afoot. Sholmes. Really must give Sato full explanation, I think. Oh, I could do it later. Yeah, later, my dear fellow, later. A carriage waits downstairs already. What there? Oh, he's gonna die. Sniper! Or the pusher, a blonde Russian girl, 15 years of age, walks in front of them. And they're like, oh, look at a Russian girl. Then, with two hands, simply pushes him. But what's assumed to be a slight push suddenly becomes a fall as a cat appears right behind his foot. Game over, and then he dies. I've changed any. What do you to have you? And really, I visited our home after 10 long years. Opened the chest and a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. But that wasn't enough when I eventually regained consciousness. Yes, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? No doubt on whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely. Sato. Some of the great detectives, great partner off on renewed adventures together. More than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. No, speak now! I have something very important to say, but I'll do it later. The groundwork is done for the day. Wish the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto, good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision. Decision, well, whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
He's dead, so. And Finn. Finn. Final chapter. Alright, I guess it will be next week we'll do this on Saturday. I'm assuming one stream should be enough then. I didn't even realize. I thought we were gonna go to the trial one last time and then finish this one and then go to this one, but okay. I thought we were gonna go back to the trial to finish it off, but apparently not. Okay. So that'll be next week. And then I don't know what Sunday's game will be. But it's time for Genshin. I don't know what I'll do aside from Abyss and a little bit of the story. You guys keep saying no roll, sir. Don't roll. But sir. No roll. That was case 4. Okay. Alright, so I will be right back now. Next week's new